God can't make. Yeah. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again. 'Cause there's not a broken vessel that God can't make. Lord Almighty, Jesus sees the potter, and we are just the clay. And even when the vessel is broken, He won't throw the clay away. Bring Him all of your burdens, your troubles, and your sins. 'Cause there's not a broken vessel Almighty God can make. Yeah. There's not a broken vessel that God can make. Yeah. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will always be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again. 'Cause there's not a broken vessel that God can't make. Yeah. There's not a broken vessel that God can make. Yeah. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will always be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again. 'Cause there's not a broken vessel God can make. Separate me from your love, my Jesus. Nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Father. Anyhow, the afflictions of the righteous, the hearts of men getting more and more vicious. Brutality is on the increase. Tell me, when the love of God sees no power on earth to separate me from your love, my Jesus, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Father. This level of crime, only love can eradicate. We must demand justice from the church and the state, and confess to God all our evil ways, and He will give us so much better days when we show love to each and every brother. Love will return to protect mother, daughter, sister. Let's hope in our heart massive love. Come, let's sow some seed. No power on earth to separate me from love. Love, my Jesus. Nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Heavenly Father. No power on earth to separate me from love. I love you, my Jesus. Nothing will be able to turn me away from you. No, 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 no power on earth to separate me from you. No power, no, oh no, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. No, 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 no power on earth. Can't even walk, yeah, without you holding my hand. I thought number one would surely be me. I thought I could be what I wanted to be. I thought of myself as a mighty big man, but I can't even walk without you holding my hand. Thank you, Jesus. Can't even walk without you holding my hand. Mountains too high and the valley is too wide. Down on my knees, I've learned to stay. That I can't even walk without you holding my hand. Help me, Jesus. Ah, yeah, yeah. Oh, Lord, yeah. Oh, yeah. I thank God I made Jesus my one and all. From now on his day, I'm surely gonna call. And if I don't trust him, I'd be less than a man. 'Cause I can't even walk without you holding my hand. Oh Lord, can't even walk without you holding my hand. The mountain's too high and the valley is too wide. Down on my knees, I've learned to stay. Can't even walk without you holding my hand. Thank you, Jesus, for all you have done for me right now. You've been so good to me. I thought number one would surely be me. I thought I could be what I wanted to be. I thought of myself as a mighty big man, but I can't even walk without you holding my hand. Can't even walk without you holding my hand. The mountain is too high and the valley is too wide. Down on my knees, I've learned to stay. Can't even walk without you holding my hand. Lord have mercy. Can't even walk without you holding my hand. The mountain's too high and the valley is too wide. Down on my knees, I've learned to stay. Can't even walk Lord, I'm ready. Lord, I'm ready. I'm ready. Lord, I'm ready for your call. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for your call. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Your grace is all that carries me through the dark. You shine your light so I could see. Even when I was down on my knees, you set me free. Lord, you bring my shield from my enemies. In your loving home, that's where I got to be. To stay within your grace for the rest of my day. Lord, I'm ready for your calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for your calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, oh gosh, you move them all away. Lord, I turn to you when I'm in need. Your love is just like the air I breathe. Heavenly Father, you're truly a friend indeed. There is so much that I got to say. I could go on about you every day. Your name I will always praise for the rest of my days. Rest of my days. Rest of my days. Heavenly Father, yeah. Lord, I'm ready for your calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for your calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Your grace is all that carries me through the dark. You shine your light so I could see. Even when I was down on my knees, you set me free. Lord, you bring my shield from my enemies. In your loving home, that's where I got to be. To stay within your grace for the rest of my day. Lord, I'm ready for your calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for your calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. When you're weary and feeling small, when tears are in your eyes, I will dry them all. Oh, well, yeah, I'm on your side. Oh, when times get rough and friends just can't be found, like a breeze over troubled water, I will lay me down like a breeze over troubled water. you down and out when you're on the street. When evening falls so hard, I will comfort you. Woman, I'll take your part. Oh, when darkness comes and pain is all around, like a breeze over troubled water, I will lay me down like a breeze over troubled water. I will lay me down. Sail on, silver bird, sail on by. Your time has come to shine. All your dreams are on their way. See how they shine. Lord, if you need a friend, I'm sailing right behind, like a breeze over troubled water. I will ease your mind, like a breeze over troubled water. I will ease your mind, like a breeze over troubled water. I will ease your. He's always there for me. Yeah, yeah. So no matter what the circumstances may be, no, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So I met this old man. He was so poor, didn't hold no bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. The landlord wears the rent, school fee due, partner drop bombs, and the youth them need you. Friends all ask me what I'm gonna do. I smile and tell them that God will see me through. So no matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, I never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, no, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always. I've had many tears and sorrows, questions for tomorrow. There's been time I didn't know right from wrong, but in every situation, God gave me consolation that my trials come to make me strong. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His words. I've been to lots of places, seen so many faces. There were times I felt so all alone, but in my lonely hours, those special hours, Jesus let me know that I am His own. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His words. I thank God for the mountains, thank Him for the valleys, thank Him for the storms He brought me through. 'Cause if I didn't have problems, I wouldn't know that God could solve them. I wouldn't know what faith in God could do. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His word. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I'll fear no evil, for thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff that comfort me. Though the wicked will come upon me to eat up my flesh, they will stumble and fall. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to put my trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His word. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to put my trust in God. Through it all, I've learned just a come. Come me just a come and me no want no botheration, boy. Come me just a come. Come me just a come and me no want no botheration, boy. Come me just a come, me said that come me just a come. Me no want no botheration, boy. Come me just a come. Come me just a come and me no want no botheration, boy. Just to hear Jordan roll, roll Jordan roll, roll Jordan roll. I want to go to heaven when I die, just to hear River Jordan roll. My soul in the bosom of Abraham. Rock my soul in the bosom of Abraham. Rock my soul in the bosom of Abraham. Oh, rock my soul.
Listeners and viewers, today, Friday, day after Marcus Garvey's birthday. Yeah, well, you know, as per usual, we are here to present you with what is happening, things of relevance. Yes, of course. And, well, the crime problem continues. Yes, it continues. Motor vehicle accidents. Well, an important piece of news that came out yesterday, that the unemployment rate in Jamaica is now at the lowest rate in the history of the country, 4.5%. But interestingly, poverty is 5%. 5% poverty, the rate of poverty is on the increase. Now, that is a very interesting situation because unemployment is at its lowest rate, yet the rate of poverty is growing. Now, we need some explanation for this. Now, I also want to know, if I know that the last time Statin came out with their unemployment figures, I remember there were 700,000 Jamaicans who were not in that number because they were not seeking employment. Well, I don't know, these are things that we have to look at. But we want to kickstart our program this evening by talking about climate change. You know, as you know, this is one global issue that is impacting all of us. We can see the changes in the weather. In Jamaica for the last 3 months, it has been the hottest that I have experienced in my life. Right? The heat is on. The drought is on. And when you look across the world and look at what is happening elsewhere, it is terrible. So we have with us at this time Mr. Shamir Brown from Jalgo. Mr. Brown, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Yes. One of the as you are aware that we are going to be talking about climate change, and this is Jalgo Speaks.
Yeah.
Right? As I indicated in my opening remarks, that the climate at the moment is one issue that is affecting all of us. Yes, sir.
Yes. It's no longer a myth or anything like that. It is real.
Yes.
It is. As you would have mentioned in your opening salvo, it's been the hottest for many of us we've ever seen. We never felt heat like this.
No, sir.
It's real, continuing heat every day.
Yeah.
You're talking about from 7 o'clock in the morning, the place is hot. You're finding that spaces that usually remain cool throughout the day, like South Carolina and those places, are hot.
Yes, sir.
And this is something that we find very concerning.
Yes.
Climate change affects everybody, but it really falls on workers to really carry out the mitigation and adaptation strategies. And therefore, workers play a key role in dealing with the whole effect of climate change. So therefore, and workers, because of the impact of climate change, workers find themselves having to put themselves on the front line to deal with the impact of climate change.
Yes.
So therefore, it is something that is very apparent and important that we seek to protect workers' rights as we deal with the issue or issues related to climate change.
Yes, sir.
Because what persons might not realize, you have a storm coming now. Workers are out there to ensure that the response is dealt with.
Yes.
Don't turn around, storms have been happening for thousands of years. It's not because of climate change that we are seeing storms. However, what we can say is that the strength and the ferocity of some of these storms, you can tie it to climate change.
Yes,
I
sir.
remember when a storm is coming, it would build up over days. So today is category 1, tomorrow is category 2, until over a week it will probably straight into a category 5, which is the strongest.
Yes.
However, now you find that a storm is developing from category 1 to category 5 in a matter of hours.
Yes.
And we find that if you follow how a storm is created, a hurricane is created, it builds up of the heat of the coast of Africa, and then it comes up, and as it continues to rise, and the cool air mixes with it, and the warm air, it gets stronger.
Yes.
So there are a number of issues that we have to pay important attention to, because you'll find out that when you have these type of storms, the workers have to go out there and do the work. We have to go out there and do the rescuing of persons who are trapped. We have to put in the adaptation measures by building the proper drains, advising of the size of the drain, such as what you will have the persons in planning doing.
Yes.
So workers across the whole public sector, and we represent workers in the public sector. That's we have been doing the work to advise our members of the role that they should play, try to protect our country, especially as Jamaica is a small island developing state.
Yes.
You would recognize that any sort of external shock related to weather, we feel it. Just recently, I think we had a couple of days of rain, and you would have heard the big numbers that were being quoted.
Yes.
To fix roads and all of that. And what that means is that when you have these sort of funds going into fixing roads and doing that sort of thing, it takes away from other important areas. We're talking about education, health, and all of that. If you have to find that $2 or $3 billion to fix a roadway that was damaged because of copious amounts of rainfall that was not expected in that area or anything else like that. You might find yourself at a school that needed a new building or a hospital that needed some much needed equipment. Can't get it.
Yes, sir.
Because we need to fix our roadway. So the whole issue of climate change is very important to trade unions. We find that Jamaica as a country right now, we are in a stage or a time where we are seeing the real effects of climate change. It was just recently that I went out to Helsha, and I'm recognizing that the space is quite different from what it was a few years ago.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
The beach it no longer exists. You know, there was a time when, you know, the beach, you could walk out on the sand. That no longer exists. So, shoreline erosion is also a part of climate change, which is tied to the warming of the temperature. And because the temperatures are warm, eating away at the North Pole and those other Arctic and Antarctic areas. So we have more water now, and more water is actually causing that sort of effect where it's eating away the coastline. So we are seeing it all around us. And we have to take heed of how we do it. And therefore, as trade union, as I've mentioned, and I continue to say, workers are the foundation of addressing the issues of climate change, whether it is mitigation or adaptation. And we have to ensure that workers' rights are protected. In the fact that when you see a worker goes out and does the response, they should be properly outfitted in terms of PPE, and by PPE I mean personal protective equipment. You can't have a firefighter going out there to carry out a rescue and they don't have the proper gear. They need to have the proper gear to deal with the rescue.
Yes.
And that's possible. And yes, go ahead.
No, so tell us, what has Jalgo been doing to sensitize the workers and employees too, employees and employers, about the climate change?
So what I can say, Jalgo has been tackling the issue of climate change probably fully first. So we've been looking at it locally, regionally, and actually internationally.
Yes.
So with our global trade union partner, Public Services International, what we've been able to do is to lend our voice to the international call of calling for changes in how we deal with the whole issue of climate change.
Yes.
But to answer your question locally, the union has been steadfast in reaching out to the workers and advising them of the roles that they can play or should play in trying to deal with how we are able to tackle the climate change situation.
Yes.
So what we do, we will go around to the various places that we have employees. I will speak to them, or we will bring them into the office, and we will have these sort of discussions about how the issue of climate change actually works out.
Yes.
What we've also been doing is that we've been reaching out to the various ministries and agencies and it took the whole issue of climate change. I remember a couple of years back we had, as part of a workshop, we had representatives from the climate change division coming to speak with Jalgo delegates about the roles and functions that they've been doing, and also to put forward our insights and the work that we are pushing. So we ask them to put forward our stance and what the unions are calling. So we've been doing the work. We've been reaching out to the employers, asking the employers to put in, but the spaces more accommodating to deal with the effects of climate change. So where they can probably put in air conditioning units, we'll ask them for that.
Yes.
To deal with the heat. Where they can deal with less rigors in terms of dress, we'll ask them for that. So you know that the jacket and tie and in the midday might be too much.
Yes.
So we have to take consideration. And that's nothing to do with a casual day.
Yes.
That's part, how you can deal with it. So there are things that we've been reaching out and trying to get employers to do, and the employees, because one thing that we've also tried to do in terms of employees is to provide them with the grasp of the knowledge-based situation that they have. And what they'll have is the opportunity to go into their own spaces or workspaces and see to influence the policies and direction. So it's not just about the unions writing a letter or the unions reaching out to management. What we want is for the delegates or employees in those spaces to say, look, we believe that this needs to be changed. We believe that this needs to be addressed so that we can have those things sorted.
Yes, sir.
And those are sort of the things that we want to do locally. And, as I mentioned earlier, we have been doing it regionally as well across the Caribbean. And we've been doing it at international level as well. So those, Jalgo is very involved in the issue of climate change.
Yes. You mentioned a while ago that you have both regional and international affiliations, right?
Yeah.
So just tell us about your regional connections and what has been done, what is being done to address this issue regionally.
So through you mentioned Public Services International. It's a trade union global federation. And across the Caribbean, it has about 21 affiliates,
Yes.
including Albert. So these affiliates have been working non-stop to pilot various mechanisms to help address the issue of climate change. A couple of years ago, there was a workshop that dealt with the issue of climate change. And one of the things that we paid close attention to was the nationally determined contribution, NDC. And this was something that came out of the Paris Agreement. I can't remember which COP that was. I think that was COP 23. I hope I'm not wrong. But the conference of the parties that was held in Paris, I think they said that they wanted countries to say, look, what can we actually do to contribute to less, or to make a less significant contribution to the effects of climate change. So Jamaica is one of those countries, and other countries in the Caribbean have put forward their responses as how they plan to tackle climate change. For Jamaica, what we know, Jamaica focused a lot on dealing with reduction, necessarily their reliance on fossil fuels and stuff like that. So we've been analyzing as a Caribbean affiliate to determine, are we going forward? Because, as you know, the Caribbean footprint is very small as it relates to greenhouse gases and all of that.
Yes.
Compared to other countries, the larger, the developed countries of the world, with larger industries and all of that, our thing is very small. However, that does not mean that we should not do some work in ensuring that our environment is protected.
Yes.
So we've been doing our analysis across the Caribbean to ensure that what they do actually makes sense.
Yeah.
So we don't want person to talk just for talking. We want credible action that protects the environment.
Yeah. But as you know, that the fossil fuel, in other words, if we can use less fossil fuel, that will have a significant impact on how we manage the situation.
Yes.
Now, what have you been doing? In your group doing, and I'm talking about locally now, to get us to rely less, to use less fossil fuel.
I think one of the things that we want to do is to get more public entities to incorporate greener mechanisms into their spaces, meaning if you need to go put more solar, introduce solar to your spaces, we are calling on the government to do more introduction of it. Because as we have mentioned, we are a public sector trade union. So our negotiating who we negotiate with is the government and the public sector. So we want them to look at various public places and to see how best we can introduce more greener solutions to what we actually have. So in terms of energy production, we believe that the public service has the opportunity to become the leader in that area by introducing more greener solutions across the state.
Yes, sir.
We know that the public service is the biggest contributor to the energy grid, meaning they would consume more than any other entity because the public service is so large. So therefore, we believe that if they would get more greener solutions in place, more wind, more solar,
yes,
we believe that. So those are things that we've been calling for. We believe also that the certain taxes on vehicles that are we consider greener vehicles could be lessened probably within the short term. So more persons are interested in buying those sort of vehicles. And therefore, if they buy these vehicles, then they feel less need to use fossil fuels.
yes,
There are things that we want the public service to really understand and incorporate.
And invest in renewable energy.
Yes, and renewable energy, there has been a thought, because we know the clapbacks. They say that it's not viable, meaning that it doesn't provide the economic push as fossil fuels. But we are saying that research is showing that if you really invest in renewables, you can make far more money than even if you take out the fossil fuel. Because what you will have, you will need more persons to do maintenance. You will need more persons to build the equipment that actually does that. You need persons to do the installation. So it will require. We expect that there will be a boost in employment.
Yes, sir.
Especially locally, because what you find currently with fossil fuel, the situation is that it is dug up in another country, it is shipped to various countries, then it is refined, as in Jamaica's case, or by Petrojan, and then you find out that it goes to energy providers and service stations.
Yes.
But we believe that if renewables are integrated, then you'll find that locally you'll have more emphasis on manufacturing and installation and other forms of development. Because it won't be a case where it is controlled. And in the case of OPEC, where OPEC controls the fossil fuel industry. So there will be less control and greater leeway for persons to invest locally in the whole issue of renewables. And we believe that if they do that, then Jamaica certainly stands to benefit from that.
Yes, sir. Yes. Mr. Brown, one of the things that we can also look at, and this would be a more encouragement to our farmers, because if we can produce more, vegetables, more of our food, then that would also help us to reduce. It would impact positively on climate change, because the importation of manufactured food and all that is one way. If we can produce more food here for ourselves, is one way that we can use, to reduce our one way we can have a positive impact on the climate change.
Yeah, definitely, because we represent workers in the Irrigation Commission.
Yes.
So we know the importance of the importance of agriculture in any sector.
Yes.
And our workers in the Irrigation Commission have been able to provide water support for farms across the country. But they do know, and you see where they are having the challenges with the water flow because of cold, droughts, and other things are impacting.
Yes.
So we know that climate resilient crops are needed in this space. But then, as you mentioned, we need to encourage our farmers, and by encourage, I know that what you're saying is not just about coming on the television and telling the farmers to plant. They will need other forms of encouragement in terms of seedlings and all of that, and the infrastructure in place. And when you have that sort of thing, what it might mean is two less ships might come to Jamaica,
yes.
Meaning that those 2 ships might not need to burn the fuel to come to Jamaica. And so you'll find that it is less dependency on fossil fuels because we are doing more for ourselves. So those are the things that we really want to get out there importantly to our members. And not only our members, because we are talking about the whole of Jamaica. I don't want our members, I think, are on the front line of this work. We want all of Jamaica to understand how important climate change is, and we want to put really climate action out there to tackle it.
Absolutely. And hello?
Yes, you hear me.
Okay. And I know that Jalgo is working with other trade unions to get the message across.
Well, yes, because locally we work with the Civil Service Association in carrying out that sort of work. And we work with, as I mentioned, with other trade unions in the Caribbean and UAW as well as a local partner.
Yes.
And other trade unions across. And the Confederation of Trade Unions is part of the work that we actually do. Because we are a sibling entity under the Confederation of Trade Unions. So I suspect that I don't want to talk anything, but I suspect that within short order, there might be certain announcements with the work in climate change as local trade unions push to get this thing sorted out. Because I can tell you, if going forward, the heat is anything like this year so far, there needs to be real action. As in Jamaican Parliament, no play action can tackle it.
Yes. I saw where your Jalgo is actively working with the nationally determined contributions.
Yeah.
Explain some more on that for us.
Well, as I would have mentioned, Jamaica is a signatory under the convention of the parties, I think under the Paris Agreement.
Yes.
And under the NDC, Jamaica is committed to doing some work in terms of preserving the environment by tackling, as I said, the area of fossil fuels. So the unions have been basically combing through the NDC to say, does this make sense? Does it do enough? And in our minds, it doesn't go far enough in addressing the issues of climate change and how Jamaica can contribute. And therefore, what we want is to have the government to look or review what they have for the NDC. We think they can go much further. And I think one aspect of it as well is to ensure that the role of the worker in all of this falls within the scope of whatever work that you want to do in protecting the environment.
Okay. So let me just say, so I have no doubt that you have been, and I would say that Jalgo has been getting the cooperation of the employers to address these climate change issues. Hello?
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear that. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that I said I have no doubt that Jalgo has been getting the cooperation of the employers in addressing these climate
well, what I
change
can
issues.
say, what I can say is that they are more open-minded than probably a few years ago. They
Yes.
are more willing to listen. They are more willing to discuss. In terms of getting the work done, that's another thing because some will say budgetary constraints and what you're calling for because if you're going to tell somebody that they need to outfit the entity or the building with central air conditioning to protect the workers and the people that they serve, some might say it's a bit difficult. And while we might say, you need to get um, solar panels installed or a wind turbine or anything like that, they might, first we talk about financial constraints. So what I can say is that they are more open to the work and the potential work, but for implementation, that's another thing that we have to really be working hard to see how we can get that started.
Yeah. Mr. Brown, I want to tell you something. You see, if you and your organization can get, I should put some emphasis on getting government to reduce taxation on solar equipment, because what we would like, and I think would be very effective, if we can get more householders to install solar panels. One of the things that they face right now is the upfront cost, and therefore, if the duties are reduced, then it will be cheaper to purchase. So I think that is one area that you can focus some of your attention.
Yeah, I will take that as a consideration. We will definitely take that as part of our strategies and to see how best we can get the authorities to adhere to the suggestions that we put forward.
Yes. Um, and you don't think that you need some sort of public education program to get the ordinary Joe, to sensitize the ordinary Joe about what we are talking about?
Yes, definitely. And while as we would have mentioned that we do our own sensitization,
Yes.
there has to be a real public campaign.
Yes.
Because, you are driving, you're in a vehicle, and the vehicle in front of you, you see the bottles are thrown out the window. You see the garbage burning and they don't really care. You see people are burning trees in the morass and in the mountains of firewood.
Yes.
And they will look at it and say, look, I'm just making a living, I just don't care. But persons have to understand the importance that each and everybody can play to address the issue of climate change. It might mean that you need to probably cycle more. You might need to buy a bicycle and do some for the short journey. You're going to the shop, you probably want to drive the car to the shop. If the shop is close by, you might need to probably can walk, get some exercise.
Mm-hmm.
So they need to understand that everybody has a role to play. Because if you drive the car every day, you're only sending fumes into the air, into the atmosphere. And this contributes to the whole issue of the continued warming. Because global warming is what really impacts climate change.
Yes, sir.
So when we have things like this, as I said, the regular Joe, regular man in the street, they might not think that what they are doing has an impact, but you can imagine one of the big drains is blocked up by the whole issue of plastic bottles, and you have one of those major hurricanes that develop over there. What you see is massive flooding taking place, and people are saying, oh my, you can't understand what this is, that we need help and all of that. But some of the times you can easily, because the plastic bottles are maybe not there, and the drain has a free egress into whatever area that it needs to go, then you'll have less issues to deal.
Yes, yes. And the one of the areas I can see that would need some attention also, for example, is transportation. Well, as we said a while ago, that if we can get more vehicles to, if we can reduce the use of fossil fuel, then of course this will have a positive impact. So for example, I can see that you are pro the introduction of more electric vehicles.
Yes, we want to be more electric vehicles. And one of the things that we hear is that the JUTC is seeking to introduce electric vehicles into its fleet, and we commend them for that. What we want to see is a step further, where if you are buying a unit or a vehicle for a ministry or agency or department, that electric vehicles are also considered in this regard. And one of the other things that is feasibility of transportation, one of the things that we probably want to have a look at is we want to have a credible, adequate, and comfortable public transportation system where the man who is driving can say, okay, I won't be driving today because I can say, bus will bring me to the X point comfortably and bring me back. I think one of the reasons why we have a lot of cars on the road, you can see. And I think the cars, when you have so much cars, that actually contributes to speed in this space. So we believe that if we can get more people traveling comfortably, and I'm emphasizing comfortably in public passenger vehicles, then it takes some stress of the environment. Because, Jamaica, when you go to the gas station in Jamaica, there are long lines at points, long lines. You don't really, you're wondering if everybody needs fuel.
Yes.
And we drive a lot in Jamaica. We drive a lot.
Yes.
It's a social pastime for us. But what I'm saying, if we can get probably larger buses, electric buses and persons can, if from point A to point B. Because when they go to other countries, sometimes you're envious of their public passenger system because you find people are able to time the buses and say the bus will come at 10:05 and at 10:05 you speak the bus and the persons are at a speed. It's not any squeeze up business and stuff there. So, when you can have a situation like that and less persons are, need to drive, that's another way we can actually deal with the whole issue of greenhouse gases into the environment and to the atmosphere.
Yes. And as you indicated earlier, that the use of more greenhouse gases will impact the employment rate also, because it will provide more jobs for workers.
Yes, because if we decide that we want to really make that difference and change out all this stuff, what the university calls for is a retooling and a reskilling of persons, and in some cases of skilling.
Yes.
What you will find is that persons in the various sectors, whether you're in the fuels and all of that, are able to now become say, all right, I was an engineer working with the gasoline and all of that, but now I'm working with photovoltaic cells and all of that. So you are able to change, and we believe that nothing comes without some sort of change.
Yes, sir.
And if you don't make that change, you might be too late when you're trying to do it. And so at that point, you might find yourself having to compete with other countries. You might find that another developed nations will start jumping. Their solar panels in Jamaica and all of that. When probably in Jamaica, we probably could have gotten into this development of solar panels and batteries and all of that.
Yes.
So these are things that we need to consider.
Of course, we need to do everything that we can right now to address this matter, because it is here with us, and from all indications it is getting out of hand. So we have to do what we can in order to make it easier make life easier. Earlier you mentioned what is happening at our famous beach over by Hellshire, that the beach is getting smaller. That is what you have seen, and this is a result of climate change. That is a example of what we are talking about. So if we don't address these matters, beaches like Hellshire might soon be gone.
Yes, and that is the fear. That is the fear that we have. Jamaica feels itself as a premier tourism destination.
Yes.
And a big part of that is the beaches.
Yes.
And imagine if the beaches are gone, that would be a major crisis.
Yes,
So
sir.
therefore, we want people to understand that. We are not trying to tell you not to drive your vehicle and all of that. We don't want to take you away for the convenience. But there are cases where you can play your own role in dealing with it, because you want to enjoy the beach on a Sunday morning. You still want to be able to walk without having to put on sunscreen if you're stepping out of the house and all of that. But we are getting to that point if we do not change our actions immediately. We need an immediate change in the course of action that we are actually doing.
Definitely, that is very, very factual. And we have to do, as I said, work harder. Do you have plans to get your messages in the schools?
That's a solution that we can take on, because we plan to really get more involved going forward, because most schools like at the university have a very experienced workers coming to the work. So we want to reach out to these and kind of get person more knowledgeable about trade unions. And if that topic, and I believe that climate change is one of those topics that can be taught at serious levels, and from even the primary level, to get them to understand. And therefore, we don't have an issue. I don't think we would have an issue reaching out to the school. And that is something that we definitely think about taking on board as we go forward.
Yes, of course. To be a good thing for us to sensitize our children, because they are users of power too. So we want to get in their heads early that, listen, we want you to use less fossil fuel, and to train them, to educate them, sensitize them about how we can, first of all, the impact of climate change on our lives, and what we must do in order to make it easier for us. Yes. So I know that your union represents some of the workers who are they are engaged. Like, for example, firefighters. Firefighters are amongst the workers who are up front in these situations, because they have to be fighting fires and other disasters. The public health workers, water commission workers, those workers are upfront workers.
Yes. We have a number of workers that, who are front lines. They are, in the case of an emergency, they are public health inspector. We have a big born issue. Find that, along with members of the health team, you might need a public health to fall in place to assist in how to treat the situation.
Yes.
That public health inspector will come around and say, look, you have too much tires in the yard.
Mm-hmm.
You have too much old tires in the yard, too much old pots and old pans, and so they have to be on the front line doing that sort of work.
Yes.
Then you have a firefighter having to carry out a rescue, going through flood waters, rescue for people. They know the challenges that they have to face. We have disaster coordinators. We have disaster coordinators, and these people, in the case of a disaster, they are there in the emergency center trying to coordinate how best to address the situation. So,
Yes.
I can say we are fortunate to have, this sort of coverage in our union. But, we also recognize the importance of the work that we need to play in ensuring that workers' rights are protected during this sort of thing.
Yes, yes. Earlier on, you mentioned that we were. Did you say that a hurricane is in the region? Earlier on, did you say that?
No.
Oh,
I think no. Well, I think there might actually be one in the region, probably not our region, but in the Atlantic basin. I think there might be one actually out now.
okay, I see. Because we are in the hurricane season, so we have to we have to look out for that too also. Well, we have exhausted our time for this program.
Oh, that's thanks again for having me on.
Yes, and it is our duty to this. We use this platform. This is a platform that we use to inform the people and provide the information that is useful and necessary for our daily lives. So we want to thank you, Mr. Shamir Brown from Jalgo, and let our listeners and viewers know that this program is a monthly program, and it is prepared and disseminated by Jalgo. So until we meet again, sir, take good care of yourself.
All right, same to you. Take it.
Okay, yes. That was Jalgo Speaks, and that is where Jalgo use the platform once every month, to spread the word and to tell listeners and viewers of their activities outside of representing the workers. So yes, they represent the workers for wages and other working conditions, but they are also using their time to educate and to deal with other issues apart from which affect the lives of the people. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
Amazing grace, how sweet sweet the sound that sings of rich like me. I was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that told my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. I'm precious need the grace I believe I first believed. Are you with me? So amazing grace, how sweet, sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Through many dangers, joy and sneers, I have already become. For was grace that brought me safe this far, and the grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, how sweet, sweet the sound that saved our face like me. Was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. I was blind, but now I can see. I was blind. I see. All things are possible if you only believe. Sitting at home, all alone, wondering what tomorrow may bring. He of little faith, dig deeper within. Healing the sick, he raised the dead, he walked on the sea. He worked miracles if you only believe. Only believe, only believe. All things are possible if you only believe. If you only believe. Lord, show me the way to do your will, and I will obey. I wanna be your servant. On my knees I pray. Lord, give me strength to carry on. Please lead the way, because I believe. Yes, I believe. Oh, I believe that all things are possible if you only believe. Only believe. Only
Get your home ready for summer!
Tools coming in hot pot.
With a whole heap on your arrivals and specials!
Everything for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
In fact, for every space!
Porcelain tiles, ceramic tiles.
Windows, doors, and much more!
We have it all. Savings, savings, savings.
Come shop now! Big time sale at Tools Hardware!
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road.
Or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware!
Ever wanted to share what you know about a crime, but were too afraid? At Crime Stop, we make it easy for you to report on crimes safely and 100% anonymously. All it takes is 4 simple steps. First, contact the tip line at 311 or visit www.crimestop.org or www.311tips.com. Then share what you know anonymously with one of our trained counselors. Any information related to criminal activity is accepted. We don't want to know your identity. We don't record calls or use star 69. And there is no way of tracing tips over the phone or online. You'll also be given a file number for your tip. Next, track the progress of your tip by calling our tip line at 311 and quoting your file number. Finally, if your tip leads to success, you will be eligible for a cash reward. Rewards will be paid out upon request through a trusted disbursement agency with verification process to ensure that your identity remains hidden. Share what you know anonymously. Contact Crime.
Do it for your best life. Wait. Go check your HIV status. Wait. So keep your life trending, no pretending. Me I tell yourself it do it for you, do it for you. Every time you are link with a condom, coulda Ozzy, coulda wife, coulda be a random. Condom connect and protect your profile. Be your own fan. Do it for your best life. Do it for your best life. Wait. Don't put yourself at risk. Condom connect every time. Do it for your best life. Wait.
to Rebel Radio. And you know, at this time on Fridays is when we spend some time talking about the Constitution. Yes, you know that we are in the process of looking at our Constitution. We want to change our Constitution, yes. And there is so much to talk about. At this time we have with us Mr. Robert Stevens, and he represents one of the organizations that is batting for constitutional changes. Robert, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and how are you?
Well, I am supposed to be okay. No.
All right, good, well.
Yes. Now I know that you have a program, the Advocate Network has a program that involves the schools. So the schools have been asked to make presentations on the Constitution. And this is a Highland-wide process. Robert, update us on where we are with that.
All right, it was a schools debates competition, which was run by Jamaica Association of Debating and Empowerment, JADE. And they chose 26 schools in all that entered to participate. We had island-wide presentations of their topics and the debates that they did. And we are now down to, we have had the quarterfinals and the semifinals. We're now down to the final schools. There are 4 schools that have been now selected to make presentations, and we're about to announce the dates for the finals, as well as, you know, how it's going to be televised and broadcast essentially island-wide, as well as to the diaspora via various means. We're hoping that we will have the government as a partner, because they have indicated that JIS will be doing the television filming, so that we can have it on public broadcast, and we can, you know, so we're finalizing the details of that now. And we expect to tie that up early next week so that we can probably have the entire exercise finished before the 1st of September.
Okay, all right. And so I know that, how many schools participated, Robert?
26 in all.
26.
And we had, you know, we had 3 different venues. We had a set of schools that participated in Kingston, then we had some in Montego Bay, and then we had some in Mandeville. So we incorporated schools from all over the island. And the topics were well researched and well presented.
Yes.
What we're going to be doing is picking out from each of the debates what are the critical points that were raised by the students, and what were the things that they're thinking of. Because our position is this, right, that we really need to recognize that any new constitution is more for the youngsters of the country than for people in my age group or your age group. This really is going to be the constitution that, you know, guides the whole progress and development of the country into the future. And what we need to do is make sure that our democracy is intact and our democratic institutions are protected, and we don't concentrate power in the hands of 1 or 2 individuals. What we want to do is make sure that, or a group, and we need to make sure that there are checks and balances, you know. We're very concerned, for instance, about the amount of pressure that is now being put on organizations like the Integrity Commission, because we believe that it's important that you have a watchdog that is overseeing what's going on. Recently, for instance, the government has not reappointed a political ombudsman. We are concerned about that.
Yeah.
We have raised it with them because, you know, you need referees like in the arena of politics.
Of course.
And particularly when you have a situation like occurred in 1983, where you had no opposition really. And what Seaga did then was he appointed a number of people as independents, particularly in the Senate. And it therefore allowed for some balance, right? What we're picking up now, though, is that you have 40-odd members of the governing party in parliament. And it seems that the power of having so many parliamentarians in their own court is getting to their heads, and we're concerned about that because you don't want a situation where your democracy is in any way either tainted or compromised, you know.
Yes.
You want to make sure that there's an opposition that is able to speak, and there's a civil society that can speak as well. It's not just a JLP, PNP type situation. You want other political parties, and you also want civil society organizations that are able to speak out and speak freely.
Yes.
And not be curtailed.
Yes, Robert, I would suggest that when you go through your selection process of the debates from the schools and make your choices, that you would submit those presentations to the Constitutional Reform Committee too.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Precisely. That is what we intend doing.
Okay.
What we're doing is documenting everything,
Yes.
and that will be presented to the CRC. And what we have asked them to do is to ensure that our positions are considered seriously, because, as I said, it's not just me and you and an organization like the Advocates Network. It is those youngsters in the schools and in the universities and all that we need to take their positions very seriously, because they're the ones that are going to be affected most by a new constitution.
Yes.
And they need to be engaged and brought to the table in terms of expressing their opinions and getting involved in governance.
Yeah. Well, from all indications, you know, that what the government presented so far was that they wanted, the only area that they want to consult the public on is whether or not they should leave the monarchy. They have
which is absolutely, yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, it's like a foregone conclusion,
Yes.
okay? So that's not a debatable issue.
No.
What we really want to debate are the serious issues about the kinds of protections that they are going to be in place for the future of our democracy.
Yes.
And it can be just a little, you know, simple putting in place of somebody who is going to replace the Governor General, that is called president or a prime minister, or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
And then you have a prime minister that is essentially the same as we had before. And you essentially are tweaking an existing system that we know has a lot of flaws and has not worked in the best interest, in particular, of the lowest echelons in terms of the poorest people in the country.
Well,
we need to do.
It is clear that the politicians, they don't want to change the existing system, because you have to remember that they are the chief, they are among some of the chief beneficiaries of the existing system. You don't
Agreed.
you don't hear much talk.
And this is the whole point.
Yes. The
whole point is this, that if we as civil society and people in the media and people who are journalists and people who are opposition members and all that don't speak out, what will happen is that we'll get a whitewashing of the Constitution. We'll get a Constitution that essentially is, or what you might call blackwashing, because what they're trying to do is replace the colonial masters with local masters who are neo-colonialists.
Yes, sir. Exactly.
And we certainly don't want that. What we want is something that is far deeper than that.
Yes.
and is going to seriously address some of the weaknesses in the current system.
Yes.
One of the critical things, for instance, is we really need to move towards, in my opinion, a situation where we have fixed election dates.
Yes.
Having an election date that can be decided by a prime minister based on his assessment of the polls and whether it's right time for the election or not is ridiculous.
Yes.
Because you don't have any way of planning properly. You don't have any way of assessing properly. It can happen overnight, you know. Prime Minister can call an election tomorrow, and within 4 weeks or 3 weeks, you have an election. That's ridiculous.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I
also.
And the other thing. Yeah, go ahead.
I also saw where your group responded to the changes, the hurriedly made changes to the Constitution 2 weeks ago, where the government, bypassed the recommendations in the Constitution. And
absolutely, and it shows arrogance. It just displays in front of all of us how arrogant they have become, because they believe that with 47 seats, as I said, in Parliament, they can do anything.
Yes.
And that really is not in the spirit of making changes to the Constitution. The Constitution says, look, first of all, if you're going to make changes, you need to have discussions. You need to bring the opposition. You need to bring the public up to date as to what the reasons are for the changes you want to plan to the Constitution.
Yes.
You need to have public education. You need to make sure that the people have an opportunity to give inputs.
Yes.
You can't just put changes on the table today and by Friday, right? Next week, Friday, those changes are implemented. And there's no discussion with anybody and no why. Because of the fact that you have 49 seats out of 63.
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
Yes, sir.
And what you're doing is you are shoving your majority down the throats of the people of Jamaica and saying to them, look, you stupidly voted us into power. And now you're going to suck up the results of that, because we can do whatever the hell we want. We can vote ourselves salary increases of over 200%, and you can't do nothing about it.
No.
You understand? Mm-hmm. And by the way, what is happening now is that you are seeing the results of allocating so much money to politicians and not enough to our schools, to our hospitals. I mean, you have people lying inside the corridors of hospitals waiting on treatment. There's a lady I just heard the story about who has a broken leg. She has been to the public hospital and to the clinic and all that, round and round and round the mulberry bush. Now, shortly they're going to have to remove the lady's leg because it has developed various infections.
Yes.
Why? Because she can't get no appointment, she can't get no service, she can't get nothing.
Yeah.
And that is ridiculous.
Yeah.
We are treating the poor and the people who cannot afford a private hospital or a private doctor in a way that is ridiculous. Yet we talk about, we have free education and free health service. Mm-hmm. Foolishness.
Yes. Yes.
It's all a myth,
right.
You know? And at the same time, when you raise a question about why it is that you're not dealing with the hospitals and with the schools in a proper way, you hear that we don't have enough resources. Oh, but you have enough resources to be able to pay politicians a 200% increase.
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
Yes.
Where are your priorities?
And I want to let you know that as we speak, there are a number of public sector workers who have not received 1 cent yet. For example, one such group is the public dental surgeons in the public service. They are still at the negotiating table. Yes.
The firemen, the police, the nurses, the public sector doctors, the people who are teaching our children, are all getting the raw end of the deal, while the politicians believe that giving themselves an increase in salary is more important. And then not only giving themselves an increase, but making it retroactive. So that from 2021 coming up, them getting money that they have already basically earned according to the way it has been increased. Now that is absolutely ridiculous.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean? And it really it flies in the face of what you might call equity, right? In terms of your allocation of things for people who really should be judged on the basis of what it is they're doing for the country. You know, everybody points to the fact that we have a great growth in our GDP, and we have reduction in unemployment, and we have all these statistics that we can point to.
But
statistics
Robert,
relate to things
one,
related to business.
There's one
and
thing
the businesses may be doing well, but the people at the bottom not doing well at all.
There's one thing I want to bring to your attention, you know, that based on, according to Statin, the unemployment rate is the lowest in Jamaica's history, right?
Correct. That's what I'm saying.
But poverty, did you see, there is another report that shows that poverty is growing. No.
Yes, and the reason is because a lot of people who are so-called on the list as employable have not sought a job or have removed themselves from the employment seeking a job. In other words, if you do your statistics in a way where you're counting everybody, right? The fact is those statistics can be questioned. And the reality is that you have a lot of people at the bottom rung of society that are suffering more than ever.
Yes.
Because if you take your money into the supermarket and try to buy goods today compared to a year and a half, 2 years ago, you're talking about things doubling almost.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean? Basic items.
Yes. Yes. So we are in problems. But Robert, what the other thing that I am looking at is the way how the Constitutional Committee is taking its messages to the people. Yes, they have been having some town hall meetings, but I still believe that the approach needs to be widened, right? And it also has to be extended because the Jamaican people are not educated about the Constitution. So you
precisely. The fact is this, that you need a broad public education program.
Yes.
When I have asked the committee about what their funding and what their budget is for public education, all I get in is stuttering because there apparently was no plan to do any public education.
No, there was obviously no plan.
They had originally said that by the end of May, they were going to table a document in front of Parliament to be discussed afterwards and then approved. And they were planning a very quick rush thing to get through Parliament.
Yes.
Now, we objected strongly. So did other civil society groups. So did the opposition. So did various groups. And what has happened is that we no longer hear about that timetable. They're now talking about maybe a year. But even then, even if they're talking about a year, it requires that you educate the people about what the Constitution is all about and what are some of the possible changes that can be contemplated.
Yes,
now,
sir.
they have recently, the CRC just sent out a survey. And when you go through the survey, I went through and basically completed it, but I could not submit it because it had so many questions that were leading. In other words, they want a certain result and them say, look, would you prefer A or B? Them don't give you C, D, E, or F or anything else. Them just give you A or B, right? So the way that the whole survey was structured, at the end of doing the survey, I said to myself, but this thing is flawed. How can you have a survey that is done? It's clearly done by people who are very amateurish, and it's not professionally done. So in my opinion, that survey needs to be thrown out, and any results from that survey needs to be thrown out. So when you hear them say that them do a survey and the results are A, B, C, D, F, G, watch for it, because trust me, that survey is not accurate and was flawed in its structure and the way that they presented it.
Okay.
I also hear members of the CRC talking about the fact that the people in the civil society and in opposition and all that are bullying them. Now, if anybody bullying anybody, it is them bullying us by telling us that they are going to do things within a month and they are going to do this and they are going to do that. You cannot have a government that is just telling the country that, look, you don't have no say in this, we are going to do this. They have had to back off of that because of the fact that we raise so much noise. Now they're saying we are bullying them because of the fact that we are raising questions. That's ridiculous. That's not how a democracy works. But democracy allows people to raise issues and ask questions. You cannot cut back people from asking questions and making comments. That's ridiculous.
But the committee is supposed to be our servants, you know.
Precisely.
So they are supposed to listen to what the feedback they are getting.
They
from
should
the
be the
public.
ones encouraging. Precisely, they should be encouraging people to come in with comments and with feedback and all that to them.
So when they say
and
bully,
then they take
when they
that.
say bully, what they mean by that? The people are telling them what to do.
Precisely. They are out of order to even raise the question because they need to recognize that they are servants of the people. They are not there by decree to be able to rule over us like, people who are just ignoring democracy.
Yes.
You cannot have an autocratic society set up on top of Jamaica who has been used to being outspoken and very, very democratic in the past.
Yes.
You're trying to change our whole nature,
Yes. It is.
It's ridiculous.
No, it is totally unacceptable to Robert. Totally unacceptable. Yes. So I don't. The other thing that I don't understand with them is that well, obviously they're not working on any timetable, right? And I don't see any plans. I don't see any movement from them as to how they intend to get the message across to the people. So they have more participation. I don't see.
Look here, these town hall
yes.
These town hall meetings are all a sham, in my opinion, because you hear about them like the day before or 2 days before, and it is happening in Mandeville or it's happening in Mobile or whatever, and then you're not even given any pre-notice as to is it going to be totally open or is it that you're discussing a specific set of topics, etc., etc. The whole way that it's being done, and in order to have proper dialogue and feedback and all that, you have to have a public education program. You have to have all of the things with respect to the Constitution in the public domain, right? Right now, they're having meetings, they're having various other things. We haven't seen the minutes or the notes of these meetings. We haven't seen any, there's no feedback from them to the public as to what they're doing clearly. What we're getting is a situation where them say, oh, we're going to make everything public. When?
Yeah. And then the other thing, Robert, that there is right now a breakdown between the government and the opposition. And one of the things that I understand is that there must be consensus, and it is clear that they can't be, the opposition and the government can't have two separate positions when they are going to the people with a referendum. It has to be one position that goes to the people. It can't be something like the government is saying one thing and the opposition is saying another thing. That can't.
Well, again, that is a situation where you have a flawed process and you have a flawed set of rules that are governing how you are going to present this whole thing to the public.
Yes.
The whole exercise is really very, very flawed.
Yes.
And that survey I just saw that they sent out from the CRC is an indication of the level of confusion that there is inside that organization. And it goes back to the whole question of leadership and what is happening at the top echelons of the society in terms of leading the country.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Well, Robert, I want to thank you very much for your participation this evening and let you know, well, you know already that this platform is open for us to discuss ideas. So you have a good weekend. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Paddy, and you too. And I hope that your guests and the people who are listening in are feeling a little bit more exposed to what's going on in Jamaica right now.
Thank you very much, Robert. Let us.
All right, all the best.
Yes. Let us take a break at this stage. Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. And, we are talking about the Constitution, you know. Yes. And joining us now, we have with us constitutional lawyer, Dr. Lloyd Barnett. Good evening, Dr. Barnett.
Good evening, everyone.
Yes, yes. We are solo this week. You and I alone.
Okay.
Yes.
Good deal.
But sir, you so many things, or lots of things has happened in the last 2 weeks that probably I should ask you to update us on what the committee has been doing, because is it that they are on leave or what is happening?
Yeah, well, there's a 2 weeks break.
Okay.
And the resumption will see the continuation of the meeting in the different parishes.
Yes.
As well as meetings of the committee and hearing submissions from different groups.
Yes.
But the timetable has not yet been finalized.
Mm-hmm. I saw where Dr. One member of the committee,
Right?
yes, indicated last week that some of the groups, meaning the advocate groups, are trying to bully the committee. I don't understand that, because I thought more or less
there have been a number of very caustic, condemnatory statements by some, because they think it has not gone in the way in which they anticipated or wished, and they have not been given sufficient opportunities to make representations. But the committee has been open to and has been inviting different groups and anybody who has wished to make representations to make submissions, and have invited groups to attend, so that whilst the invitations were issued, let us say late after the committee had started to meet, the invitations have gone out, and some people are saying it, nevertheless they will not come. You know, I'm not sure how to address that position.
Yes, yes. But, you know, Doc, I don't know if you have picked up this, you know, but one of the things at work here is that the people, the public at large, you know, first of all, you know this more than me, that the public at large are not up to speed with the Constitution, right? That is an issue. So
yeah, that is why, I mean, this program and other efforts have been made to advance the public education in the present Constitution and the proposals for change, and what are the possible improvements that can be made.
Right.
The more we do that, rather than quarreling with each other, we should all be engaged in doing this.
Yes, yes, of course. But also one of the issues, one of the thing that we have to deal with is that due to the lack of information and understanding by the wider public, that they are hesitant to come forward. And also there's a confidence issue, because as you know, the people are not confident with the officials, official organization, official sources, and the government. So some of the feedback that the committee is getting is because of as I said, lack of confidence and lack of information. But the other thing, sir, is that what has been, and this is your take, what is your take on the recent amendments to the Constitution? And I mean, I wonder how the committee feels about that, the way it was done.
But as you will know, and it has been obvious, and many people have commented that the committee was not part of that proposal.
No.
That proposal had originated in changes made before this committee was established.
Yes.
And the government took the view that they would proceed with the amendment. The committee was not consulted. It doesn't result from any recommendation by the committee. And that has been clear. That's what a lot of people have been concerned that since you have a committee with these wide terms of reference, then some people are of the view, and it's not an irrational view, that the committee should be consulted, that if you're doing any reforms, it should be done in a sort of comprehensive and holistic way.
Yes.
And, because it was done, although it had been under consideration for some time, the actual presentation of the bill was done sort of overnight, sort of, and that gave a very bad impression.
Yes. Well, and that has led to a breakdown of the sort of consensus that's supposed to be in place between
Right, because constitutional changes of importance requires a good deal of consensus, not only between the political parties, the government and the opposition, but among the people generally.
Yes.
It is something that is a national endeavor. It's not a partisan endeavor or a ministerial endeavor.
Yes. Educate me, Dr. Barnett, as it relates to the referendum. Am I right to say that both the government and the opposition have to be on the same page? In other words, the opposition can't be presenting one message and the government presenting another message as they go.
For two reasons that is so. The first reason is legal, that you can't get a alteration of important sections of the Constitution, which includes removing from the monarchy to a republican form. You can't get that change without, firstly, a passage through the parliament with a special majority. And if that special majority is not obtained, a special majority in a referendum. But those two changes, which are identified as the Jamaicanization of the Constitution and the establishment of a republican form, both need a referendum in any event.
Yes.
Now, the history of referenda in many countries, including 3 or 4 Caribbean countries, is that you cannot succeed in obtaining a positive vote in a referendum if the major political parties are divided.
Okay.
We have to start with some consensus.
Yes.
And when I say divided, it is not only technically divided, it means that there must be support. Because if one is even expressing doubts about it, people tend to vote negatively if doubts are expressed about any proposed change.
All right, sir.
So that consensus building is very important, not only
Yes.
for the political parties, but for the electorate generally.
Yes, that is my understanding. And therefore, what exists right now as we speak is not a good environment. In other words, we can't go to the people in our referendum with what exists between them.
A divided, divided atmosphere.
No, can't. And the other thing, based on what I see, when I look at the time, we are now in August, and August is ending. So we have 4 months remaining in the year. Now, based on what must be done, when I look, I don't see us be in a position to have a referendum for the changes.
No, you have to remember there are 2 different periods
Yes.
One which we have been discussing, namely the education and the consultation period,
Yes.
and the discussions and seeking to arrive at the highest degree of consensus possible.
Yes.
That takes time, and we are in the midst of that now. And it seems that based upon everything that is going on, that is going to take some more time before it can be satisfactorily accomplished.
Right.
Then after the presentation of the bill, there are constitutional prescription as to the duration that it takes for the bill to be passed through the parliament.
Yes, sir.
After that table, there has to be an interval of time, and then after it is passed, an interval of time, and then an interval of time before it is submitted to the people in a referendum, so that we have a timetable, spread out timetable before we can get to a new, an amended constitution or a new constitution.
I don't see that happening before the next general elections.
That is one of the things because we have two elections coming up, the local government elections. The Prime Minister says it's not going to be postponed
Yes.
beyond the extended period, which is February of next year.
Yes.
Right? So that the extent to which this exercise can progress in the context of an electioneering period for the local government election is one factor we have to take into account.
Yes.
And as soon as we pass that, we are within a year or so of the
General elections.
Also, that it's quite a challenge as to how the timetable is going to work out.
Yeah, and as you know.
And if you don't want to mix up the constitutional referendum with political election.
No, because political campaigning, that is an avenue where we have separate views presented to the people.
Exactly.
And if you have a referendum in that kind of atmosphere, it is going to be mixed up, totally mixed up. So I don't see us achieving these objectives before a general election. I don't see that at all, right? And the other thing is that, I understand that the last time I spoke with Dr. Spence, she told me that the minutes are taken at these public sessions, public educational sessions.
All the minutes will be posted, and I think we then also, I don't have the exact number right now, 10 or 11 minutes have already been posted on the ministry's constitutional reform website.
Yes.
So anybody who wants to access those minutes can go on that website and see them. So the practice will be, it has taken some time to get off the ground because of the technological problems of the getting the recordings of the meetings checked and the meetings,
edited properly.
Written out properly and set out properly.
Yes.
But that has taken maybe too long a time, but now it's virtually caught up, and the intention is to keep it up to date.
Yeah. But what I am interested in is this: how the committee is going to treat with those presentations. In other words, yes, they are posted for
the presentations have been online, where presentations have been made by civic organizations. They have been online, and the public were able to listen in.
Yes.
For instance, last week, Citizens Action for Free and Fair Elections and the Jamaican Bar Associations made presentations, and those were online.
Yes. But what I don't understand is how they are going to be treated. Yes, I know they're online, and so the public has access to them. But in terms of how they are going to, in other words, is the committee responsibility to draw from these presentations and then select what
Yes,
is.
certainly, because the presentations are on various proposals for alterations, changes, improvements, and the committee will consider the recommendations which have been made in these presentations, and then the committee will have to formulate the proposals to the government.
Yes.
So the government will have to put to Parliament whatever they select out of those recommendations.
Okay.
The committee doesn't have a final say on anything. The committee will have just to consider and formulate recommendations
Right.
based on what has been presented and what the committee members put forward.
Yes. And therefore, sir, so far, I don't hear any discussion, and I don't. Well, let me say, I'm not expecting to hear positions, but I don't get the that we are looking at major changes. In other words, the system of government that we have now. Are we looking at
I
changes?
don't think I've heard any, and I can only speak personally, persuasive argument as to the alteration of the system of government rather than improving the system of government.
Yeah.
Now, improving the system of government doesn't necessarily mean constitutional change.
No.
A lot of improvements have been made and can be made without constitutional changes.
Yeah.
And there are improvements which can be made with constitutional changes, but not any which require a referendum.
Yes.
So that we have to make it very clear that certain changes will require a referendum, and that we seek to get a fair degree of consensus on those changes before we have the referendum. Otherwise, we would have wasted a lot of time and energy.
Yeah.
So that the first thing is to identify those changes which require a referendum and on which we have sufficient consensus to put to the people.
Yeah.
Because not only the Parliament passing those changes, the people will have to approve in the referendum.
Yes, sir. For example, I don't get the impression, and you have heard some of those presentations, so you're in a better position than me. But I don't get the impression that the presentation so far and the government, they want fundamental changes in the system of government that we have now.
The major issue in relation to changing the system is whether we should change from the parliamentary cabinet system to the presidential system.
Right.
That is the major issue.
Yes.
There are persons who have put forward the view that we should change from the presidential system, but when they put forward their views, it's not usually accompanied by any detailed argument as to why that system is better than the one that we have and how it has worked in other countries, in particular developing countries. And the studies which have been done, and I have written articles on it, indicate that the experience of developing countries in operating the presidential system has been disastrous. And we are seeing now that in the United States, which is a great example, which has been put forward to us and touted as a great democratic country, we have seen the extent to which democracy has been under attack. And some of the fundamental principles have been threatened. And were it not that that country is so diverse and strong, the problems and the dangers would have been much greater. And the democratic framework would have crumbled as it has occurred in several of the South American countries which have that presidential system.
So,
That we have to be very careful.
yeah.
I mean, a lot of people put forward these ideas, and on the face of it, it sounds attractive. But when you analyze and examine the history of how it has operated, it is a very problematical approach to take.
Yeah. So from your take then, Dr. Barnett, is that a retention of the existing system, retain the existing system with a ceremonial president. That is.
Or the system is not dependent on a ceremonial president. The system is that you do not have an executive president. Is a change from the executive presidency, but you still remain continue the parliamentary system.
Yes.
The ceremonial president is to do ceremonial things, and it is possible to arrange for these ceremonial things to be done without having an office.
Yes.
It specifically does that, you know. So that is something which I think we have to discuss and to hear what the people want, because the ceremonial president is really to express national unity, so somebody to represent the nation. And therefore, when you have a person who is elected, whether in the presidential form or in the parliamentary form, as head of government, who is also head of a political party, and is in that position having won a contentious election, it might be difficult to say that that person is the unifying national image.
Yes.
And therefore, you know, the argument in favor of a former head of state is the argument in favor of that image of national unity rather than any sort of fundamental constitutional need.
Yes. So based on what is there now, is that based on what you have, from your position, is that the only fundamental change that we should have is a break with the monarchy. So yes. But in terms of the system of government, we would retain the existing system of government.
Yes, and then improve on it, because we have introduced a lot of improvements, you know, and what we should be trying to do is these new machinery which we have introduced into the parliamentary system, like Integrity Commission, Electoral Commission, protected Auditor General, a protected Department of Public Prosecutions. These are institutions which we have within our constitutional system, some of which are not in the Constitution, but it is in the constitutional system.
Yes.
Not every constitutional arrangement is dependent on a provision in the Constitution itself.
Yes.
So that we have to consider whether any of these provisions should be included in the Constitution, or whether there are needs for the strengthening of their capacity and their independence and effectiveness.
Right.
So that, you know, this is something which we have. A lot of pioneering work has been done in Jamaica in this area, and we don't give ourselves enough credit for it. And instead of trying to strengthen these institutions and inquire about them.
Yes, sir. But you don't think we should have a fixed election date in the Constitution?
Yeah, I'm in favor of the fixed election date, because the present system is one in which, excepting in the case of war, the Prime Minister can call the elections at any time, and that is usually done on the basis of not national needs, but partisan preference. And therefore, I think that something which is so important to democracy should not be controlled by a partisan decision. It should be elected. It should be elected for a fixed period, and that period can only be changed because of an emergency or because there is clear political statement by the authorized political body like the parliament that they are no longer capable of, or it is no longer appropriate that you should control the government. And so you will have a special vote to terminate the life of Parliament and call a new election. But other than that, it should not be a subjective decision, as we now have by the Prime Minister to call the election at any date that he thinks is most favorable to the interests of his party.
And what about the Prime Minister not able to serve more than 2 terms?
I'm not so strong on that personally, because to me the question of the number of terms a person serves is a question of what the people want.
Yes.
If the people have free and fair elections and they say they are satisfied that this person has served us well,
yes,
and is capable of serving us, continuing to serve us well, why do you want to disqualify that person? You are really disqualifying the people's choice and saying they can't choose the person that they want because they have served well for 2 terms. So that I can't see the logic for it, but I know that lots of people are talking about fixed terms, and then they don't tell you why fixed terms.
Yes. Okay. Well, let us see what emerges from going forward. Let us see. My only hope is that more effort is expended to get more public input and to get the public educated about it.
We have all to do that. You do this in this program, but we all need to do that. Rather than criticizing and quarreling, let us all make an effort to engage the public and to, expand the public education and the public discussion.
Yes, sir. Dr.
It
Barnett.
can't be done by the CRC alone. It can't be done by that committee alone.
No, I agree with you. It requires wider participation and wider involvement. I'm in total agreement with that. I want to thank you very much for your contribution.
Okay, all the best.
Yes, and have a good weekend. Yes. That was constitutional lawyer Dr. Lloyd Barnett. And we have been talking about the Constitution and what must be done in order for us to repair, put forward constitutional changes. Let us go for a break. Coming up next, is our weekly Friday program, Sports and Entertainment. But let's go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
Porcelain tiles, ceramic tiles,
windows, doors, and much more.
We have it all. Saving.
Come shop now. Big time sale at Tools Hardware.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools.
The Lion King of God.
Ever wanted to share what you know about a crime, but were too afraid? At Crime Stop, we make it easy for you to report on crimes safely and 100% anonymously. All it takes is 4 simple steps. First, contact the tip line at 311 or visit www.crimestop.org or www.311tips.com. Then share what you know anonymously with one of our trained counselors. Any information related to criminal activity is accepted. We don't want to know your identity. We don't record calls or use star 69, and there is no way of tracing tips over the phone or online. You'll also be given a file number for your tip. Next, track the progress of your tip by calling our tip line at 311 and quoting your file number. Finally, if your tip leads to success, you will be eligible for a cash reward. Rewards will be paid out upon request through a trusted disbursement agency with verification process to ensure that your identity remains hidden. Share what you know anonymously.
Do it for your best life. Go check your HIV status. So keep your life trending, no pretending. Me I tell yourself it do it for you, do it for you. Every time you are link with a condom, coulda Ozzy, coulda wife, coulda be a random. Condom connect and protect your profile. Be your own fan. Do it for your best life. Do it for your best life. Do it. Don't put yourself at risk. Condom connect every time. Do it for your best life.
It's a girl Shensia with a message to you from myself and the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Shen Yang, everyone see wear a mask, let the numbers drop. I don't want COVID, lay you down flat. Nose and mouth, you fi cover up that. Oh, 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 oh. Sanitizer gets hospitalized. Fight the virus, then fight for your life, yeah. Nobody talk about say you no response no more. Don't be reckless, cause your test say you're not happy. You can still get the virus from somebody. Don't be reckless, cause your test say you're not happy. You can still get the virus. So keep the numbers down. Protect yourself and the people around. COVID in town, 6 feet apart and 6 feet in the ground. Yeah. Keep the numbers down. Protect yourself and the people around. COVID in town, 6 feet apart and 6 feet in the ground. Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. Keep we island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it. Keep we island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it.
No dash, no paper, no dash, no plastic. Dispose your garbage responsibly. No know how to recycle, learn it quick. And if you drop it, better pick up every piece of it. Plastics last forever, don't forget the bits. Cause when them touch the street, them end up in the sea. Collect pan the reef where they fish them feed. And when you want seafood, I eat your eat.
Keep island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it. No dirty up Jamaica, no dirty up Jamaica, no dirty up Jamaica, no dirty up Jamaica.
One, two, three, two more. 1, 2. Adults to 30 minutes activity daily. Love your body, treat your body right. Vegetables, make sure you eat plenty. Children do 60 minutes activity daily. Drink some water when you feel thirsty. Cut down dessert and have a smoothie. Jamaicans, love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. One more time now. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Listen up. Make sure you know your health status. Go a doctor and get a regular checkup. Chronic disease can slowly creep up. We can lower the risk and live up if we just eat right and get moving. Jumping, running, dancing or skipping. Change the children, them lazy habit. Make them play out the door and put down the tablet. Jamaicans, love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Jamaica, get moving. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. After two, make me hear you say I love me. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. After two, make me hear you say I love me. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Jamaicans, love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. One more time now. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Jamaica get moving. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. One more time now. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Listen up.
Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. When you're weary and feeling small, when tears are in your eyes, I will drive them home. Oh, well, yeah, I'm on your side. Oh, when times get rough and friends just can't be found, like a breeze over troubled water, I will lay me down like a breeze over troubled water. I will lay me down when you're down and out, when you're on the street, when evening falls so hard, I will comfort you, woman, yeah. I'll take your part. Oh, when darkness comes and pain is all around, like a breeze over troubled water, I will lay me down like a breeze over troubled water. I will lay me down. Sail on, silver bird, sail on by. Your time has come to shine. All your dreams are on their way. See how they shine. Lord, if you need a friend, I'm sailing right me like a breeze
saying good afternoon. It's another Friday, it's another weekend. Lots of activities in the world of sport and entertainment. Yes, man, we're full and waiting. The World Championship is upon us. Yes. The Jamaica Talawas. Congratulations. We have that. They are the next match against Barbados on Sunday. And of course, we're going to talk about the final of the World Cup, which is coming up on Sunday between England and Spain. Also, we're going to have some inserts from Germany, Natty King, who is on tour, and a lot others of entertainment on the weekend. But so far now, we're going to just drop in on some Warrior King tune, and we're going to take it from there with the details of what's happening in the world of sports and entertainment. I am your host, Kingsley J.J. McCullough, and we'll be here up until the hour 5 p.m. So we're going to just drop a Warrior King, and then we get into the details of what's coming and other insights. We might have a few calls to make for ask persons of their choices, who they think is going to be the top for the 100 meters on Tuesday. The female, of course, that's what's taking the spotlight. And everyone is saying Shericka Jackson. I did a Vox Pop, and it was interesting that everyone is looking out for Shericka Jackson. So stand by for these and some other things during this time right now. Yes, man. We went far back, myself and Warrior King. I want to big him up, And Leslie, his manager, yes. We don't know that he dug in the bread basket, Paris St. Elizabeth. Warrior King, big up yourself. And in everything, with your bands and everything. You don't know. We're coming from far. And I also want to reach out to my fans and let them listen to these two tunes from this veteran Warrior King.
And illusion, I'll be always burning. Corruption and confusion will be shown in the ash bin. Can't fool the Rasta man with your false doctrine, your false teaching. Oh, what a sin thing. Justice in disguise, it's salvation that is seeking. From the throne of David, yeah, it's obvious that you're drifting. You have no respect for the King of all kings. So his name I'll be always exalting. So I'll never go where the pagans go. Never do what the heathens do, cause Rastafari give out the guidance. I'll never say what the Dalitans say. For Emperor Selassie I trust and obey. Rasta words are pure substance. I'll never go where the pagans go. Never do what the heathens do, cause Rastafari give out the guidance. Never say what the wicked are say. Neither will I walk in the council no day. All he has been no guys, so I'll never go astray from my roots and my culture. Neither will I forget my homeland, Mama Africa. So go me can go and separate from the vipers, from the hypocrites and from the vampires. Hail the King of Kings, for he giveth all the powers. Born in Ethiopia, look, it's written in the scriptures. Who are the righteous? Hey, they are the truth seekers. Woe be unto you, false leaders. So I'll never go where the pagans go. Never do what the heathens do, cause Rastafari give all the guidance. I'll never say what the Dalitans say. For Emperor Selassie I trust and obey. Rasta words are pure substance. I'll never go where the pagans go. Never do what the heathens do, cause Rastafari give all the guidance. I'll never say what the wicked are say. Neither will I walk in the council no day.
Yes. Welcome back. The world of sports and entertainment. And we want to just get down to the details of things that are poised to happen on the weekend, and just want to point out that is tomorrow the World Championship will begin. It's with the qualifyings and heats of heptathlon, first round of the 100 meter. You have the schedule right there. I will give you the lineup of the schedule a little from now. Yes, and everybody is really looking forward to this. Of all the events, the 100 meter for female is what everybody is talking about, with the trio of Shelley and Fraser Price, Sharika Jackson, and Shakara Richardson. And it's going to build up to a billing, and we don't know, because Shelley is a defending champion, and she has sparingly raced this season, and it's twice Sharika Jackson has raced against Shakira Richardson, and she beaten her twice. But some people understand that Sharika might have been running off instruction, and it's not it wasn't really important at that stage. What is going to be important is who is going to be the champion and who will lift that gold medal comes, and who will be the winner come next week Tuesday. And that is what matters, and that is where all things are going to be recognized. So nobody's watching how she have beaten her twice on the circuit. This is the real deal. And Sharika Jackson is in the shape of her life. I know Stephen Francis have prepared her. We can't say much about Shelley Ann. She had a little injury. She didn't intensify her training. We don't know if she's going to go below her season's best of 10.82. We know that Shelley can do. She can really come down to 10.6, but we haven't seen that all season. But based on the time, I know that she's going to be doing some fine-tuning and tweaking. I'm expecting her to better her season's best and go even faster. But it's left to be seen if Sharika Jackson can go down into the 10.6, and so too is Shakara Richardson. Much has been said about Talu and Dina Asher Smith. Yes, they will be there. They are always there in the end. There'll be no Elaine Thompson, so I know that Talu is really going to. Talu and Moria or Ahuri, both of Ivory Coast, will be making their presence felt. It's a caught-up thing, and nobody is going to know what is going to happen in that final of the 100 meter. Well, other things that we want to mention, you see, there's a argument going around that relays aren't important because it has been heard on other programs that the relays is really secondary to the individual events, But I want to bring back the memories that coming out of the World Championship from 1983 to 1987, right? Before it started, come every 2 years. It was every 4 years. And one of the things that was a major factor in the Jamaican team was our relay quartet. And the emphasis that we put on relays, because it is a medal that we used to get during those championships back then over the years. And we used to have to put the best quarter, whether it be silver, bronze, or gold. Jamaica always do well in the relays. But now, what happened? We have some superstars now. And the team that Jamaica has, is that they were supposed to put together the best quartet and we have a chance to break the world record. But as according to what I'm hearing, the relays are not as paramount or as important, which I tend to not agree with, because they are saying that the individuals are focusing on the target of running in the 100 meter. What I want to suggest, is this, to those who are saying that the relay is not important, including, let me say, my friend, the Maverick. Yes, I want to say this. The teams, the individuals, right? They are preparing from last year for the season, and they're doing their practice, their training, and they know that the World Championship is coming up. Not only for the circuits they are running on, and they are putting in so much work where the World Championship is coming on. So what I'm saying, even if during the time of the World Championship, and we said that, and them said that, and the coach down there said that, relay is very important. I mean, it's not going to take away no time, because the emphasis that, is that we're trying to put together the best quartet to win the 4x100, right? Because there's not much that have been done between those who are going to run in the relay. But for the whole season now, the coaches for these individual athletes are preparing their charges for the individual events. So it's not that you're going to take away time and, most importantly, to get the thing done, because they have been doing it, for coming up to the season. So the relay, I look at it as something that is important, and it needs a camaraderie. It needs an understanding between the individuals. So if it is suggested that, hey, we want to get this right, that we can win, because the couple times that we failed to win the 4x1 is because of how we put the team together. There is no practice. So it's like they are saying the relay is not as important as the individual event. So my take is the relay is important, and we must try and put the best team that we can even get back the 4x1 from the Americans. We have to place some emphasis on it. Well, at this time, we are gonna take a call from our individuals right there. We're gonna just play back another song, A Virtuous Woman by Warrior King.
Shuba shuba, shuba shuba day, shuba shuba, shuba 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 day, shuba shuba, shuba shuba day, yeah. Now, no real man can live without a woman. Like night to day, says a woman to her man. She's essential to his purpose and his mission. A good woman is a glory to her man. She'll never take the power, she'll just make him a better man. Every great man has a virtuous woman. Woman, you say you love me, you never leave me lonely, yeah. You always be there for me, so need not to worry, yeah. Woman, to keep I strong, which is part of your plan. I'll leave my mom and dad, find a woman and be one. With a woman I make my bond, perfect combination. I am a black man, some love me black woman. Woman, I give me this sweet, sweet love. Oh, any time of day, yeah, lots of kisses and hugs. Oh, I burn out all, yeah. No real man can live without a woman. Like night to day, says a woman to her man. She's essential to his purpose and his mission. A good woman is a glory to her man. She'll never take the power, she'll just make him a better man. Every great man has a virtuous woman. Woman I love and honor. The father I delight, career, your Empress Omega. The mother Rastafari's culture revises to the king and his Empress Menin, who showed us the right and the true way of living. Woman could never cause sin, so listen as I sing. For the women on the herd, my joy bell ring, ring, ring. Equality in Zion, my nature's law, that's where he should go. For every man I know there is a woman. You meet the valley, that's all I know. Oh yeah. Shuba shuba, shuba shuba day, shuba shuba, shuba shuba. Shuba shuba, shuba shuba day, shuba shuba, shuba 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 day, shuba shuba, shuba shuba day.
Welcome to the world of sports and entertainment. Hi Terry, how are you doing?
Thanks for having me. I am doing just fine.
Okay. Well, we have been talking about what's coming up on the weekend. This is Rebel Radio Jamaica 1, and we are talking about sports, and we have some nice music that we play. I'm just playing a Warrior King, Virtuous Woman, which I am dedicating that one to you. Virtuous Woman by Warrior King, one of my close friends. What take you want to say? Anything about sports or music you want to share with us on world of sports and entertainment?
Okay, well, I am a fan of sports like track and field.
Okay, let me hear.
I love.
Who is your choice? The 100 meters is coming up, and you know you have a lot of persons. It's gonna be a very highly contested event with these ladies who have shown during the season coming towards it that they are ready for it and they're ready to take it over from Shelly. And so let me hear what you have to say about that event.
Well, track and field like long distance run is my thing.
Okay.
And I run short distance as well, but I mostly love long distance.
Oh, so you never favor the sprinting when you used to run?
Well, in my days, the sprinting, no, but the long distance, like go around the field 7 times
Okay.
or 3.5 times.
Yeah, that's a 1,500 meters. I used to do 4 and I used to do 800. So, all right, just tell me who you tell me who you think. Tell me who you think is going to do the honors in the 100 meter when the final comes in next week Tuesday. Who do you think is going to be the winner?
Who I think?
You have Shelly Ann, you have.
I don't.
Give me one of them. Shelly Ann or Sharika Jackson, the American. You have Talu. Who you think is going to come out?
Well, I would say Shelly Ann.
Okay, because
I bet my money on Shelly.
All right, that's a good choice. I would say her too because of her experience and no one knows the shape she is in, even though she is sparingly raced this season. But the best is yet to come from Shelly, and even though Sharika Jackson is really on top of her game. Anyway.
Oh, okay.
Yes, man. So, want you to just keep in tune. Remember, you can just look for us. You're going to get the link, Rebel Radio Jamaica 1. Yes. And you can hear, I'll be here until what? 5. I'll be talking about more and playing your favorite tune. So, yes, I'm going to go back to the Virtuous Woman and I'm going to get back to more details in the sport. So, stay tuned and thanks for your call. If anything else you want to say, anybody you want to big up?
I want to big up my 4 girls, Romy Hanlon, Miller, Samantha Williams Anderson, Rabian and Roxine Duffus. And I want to big up my sisters, the entire family.
All right.
I need to say this, last but not least, I love Ray Charles music.
Ray Charles, okay. All right. I'm going to play with that for you, but not now, when I'm ready. All right? Yes, take care. Who's the person who is close to you? Let me hear what you say.
Who is close to me?
Yes.
I don't understand you.
All right. We'll get back to that one. Okay, then. Thanks, Terry. And we're going to just continue and you'll stay tuned. Thanks for your call on World of Sports and Entertainment. Yeah. We'll be back.
A woman, like night to day, says a woman to her man. She's essential to his purpose and his mission. A good woman is a glory to her man. She'll never take the power, she'll just make him a better man. Every great man has a virtuous woman. Woman, you say you love me, you never leave me lonely. Yeah. You always be there for me, so need not to worry. Strong, which is part of your plan. I'll leave my mom and dad, find a woman and be one. With a woman I make my bond, perfect combination. I am a black man, some love me black woman. Woman, I give me this sweet, sweet love. Oh, any time of day, yeah, lots of real man can live without a woman. Like night to day, says a woman to her man. Cause he's essential to his purpose and his mission. A good woman is a glory to her man. She'll never take the power, she'll just make him a better man. Every great man has a virtuous woman. Woman I love and honor. The father had the life career, your Empress Omega. The mother Rastafari's culture revises to the king and his Empress Menin, who showed us the right and the true way of living. Woman could never cause sin, so listen as I sing. For the women on the herd, my joy bell ring, ring, ring. Equality in Zion, my nature's law, that's where he should go. For every man I know there is a woman. You meet the valley, oh, that's all I know. Oh, yeah. Shuba, 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 shuba day. Shuba, 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 shuba day. Shuba, 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 shuba day. Shuba, shuba day. Shuba, shuba, shuba day. Well, I say the family unit is fundamental and important, you know. The real man can't live without a woman, you know. The greatest man to write this man to purify the woman that I want, you know. There you go, so make so, you know. Now. The real man can live without a woman. Like night to day, says a woman to her man. She's essential to his purpose and his mission. A good woman is a glory to her man. Woman, you say you love me, you never leave me lonely, yeah. You always be there for me, so need not to worry, yeah. Woman to keep my strong, which is part of your plan. I leave my mom and dad, find a woman and be one. With a woman I make my bond, perfect combination. I am a black man, so I love me black woman. Woman I give me this sweet, sweet love. Oh, any time of day, yeah, lots of kisses and hugs. Rasta man I burn out all gay, yeah. No real man can live without a woman. Like night to day, says a woman to her man. She's essential to his purpose and his mission. A good woman is a glory to her man.
Welcome back. Yesterday, we went on the street to ask persons question what they think about or who they think who would be winning. There's a few persons asked who will be winning that interested female 100 meters at the World Championship in Budapest on Tuesday, who they think would be the champion. So we asked a few persons what do they think about the race, and this is what some of them had to say.
Yes, El Chapo. Next week, the World Championship starts on Saturday, and the 100 meter for female will be next week, Tuesday. Who is your choice to win the 100 meter female?
Right now, man, there's a Sharika Jackson run the place. Me tell you, right now, Sharika Jackson is on money right now. She is on the ticket. And me tell you, what I want to do.
Yeah, what do you think about the American Shakira Richardson?
She good first. Good but I'm not telling her lie. I'm not just want my girl, Sharika. She is my favorite.
And the defending? Shelly-Ann?
Shelly-Ann feels the second.
Okay. Thank you very much. El Chapo.
That was El Chapo. He's saying Sharika Jackson. Let me hear from another person.
On radio. What do you call it, sir? Shortman. The 100 meter for the female at the World Championship, which begins on Saturday. Who is your choice to win the 100 meter?
Yeah, bring definitely Sharika.
Sharika Jackson.
Yeah.
What about the defending champion, Shelly-Ann Fraser Price?
I don't see her going. I don't want to.
Okay, we shall see. Thank you. This is Rebel Radio, Jamaica 1. Thank you.
Okay, everybody's saying Sharika Jackson. Let me hear from Pet Lion.
Pet Lion, who is your choice to win the 100 meter at the World Championship for female?
Sharika.
Sharika Jackson. Why you choose her over Shellyan?
Over Shellyan?
Yeah.
Because Shellyan is like below the radar right now. Yeah.
And she is your choice.
Yes, man. Sharika.
Sharika Jackson, that's what most people are saying.
Okay. It is like Eureka, Sharika.
Okay, thank you, Pet Lion.
Yes, they are saying Sharika Jackson all the way. Okay, so let us see how it unfolds now. But at this time, you know, I want to just wish them all the best and hope Jamaica wins between Shellyan and Sharika. We're gonna do that. Okay, at this time I want to feature EQ, Empress EQ. You know, she is one of our best female reggae stars, and she is really going places and doing her thing. Her album is out there, and I want to feature what she says in her song. So we're gonna share some of EQ, some of her music, and we're gonna listen to what she's saying.
Lead me through the paths of righteousness, away from hatred and grudge. And when I reach my destination, shower me with love. Shower me with love. God's blessings is pouring all over me. I feel His presence all around me. That's how I know I'm safe, even though I'm surrounded by it. God's blessings is pouring all over me. I feel His presence all around me. That's how I know I'm safe, even though I'm surrounded by it. It amazes them how I'm still standing, even when they pray and wish for me to fall. In their mind they cannot understand how I'm rising. But in this day and ages, when things are changing, to the high priestess the universe calling, speaking frequency, not language. God's blessings is pouring all over me. I feel His presence all around me. That's how I know.
Yes, this is from Empress EQ. This one is called God's Blessing.
Destiny. So when they think they won, Jah gave I the victory. I see them slowly fading like the smoke in the wind. That's why I practice the teachings of the King and Empress Menen. God's blessings is pouring all over me. I feel His presence all around me. That's how I know I'm safe, even though I'm surrounded by it. God's blessings is pouring all over me. I feel His presence all around me. That's how I know I'm safe, even though I'm surrounded by it. Lead me through the paths of righteousness, away from hatred and grudge. And when I reach my destination, shower me with love. Shower me with love. God's blessings is pouring all over me. I feel His presence all around me. That's how I know I'm safe, even though I'm surrounded by it. God's blessings is pouring all over me. I feel His presence all around me. That's how I know I'm safe, even though I'm surrounded by it.
That's Brenda EQ Finlayson. This one, other one, now it's another version of Who Caught the Game from Brenda EQ.
Me say, who caught the game? Who caught the game? It's not the Rasta man, so it must be Babylon. Who caught the game? Who caught the game? It's not the Rasta man, so it must be Babylon. Somebody play the wrong domino and cause the world to follow. Someone is filling their socks in a compulsory black. Oh, who caught the game? Who caught the game? It's not the Rasta man, so it must be Babylon. Who caught the game? Who caught the game? Why you play the bad card? Now we catch you off guard. Rasta man wanna shuffle, but looking for nothing to scuffle now. Rasta man wanna shuffle, but looking for nothing to hustle now. Are you caught the game?
I want to mention something here about this is my team here in Jamaica. That's Mount Pleasant Football Academy, Mount Pleasant Football Club. And I want to say congratulations to Trevante Stewart, who is on his way to play in Italy and will be the first Jamaican. And the club that he is going to play for, he's on his way to Italy to play for in the Italian Serie A football club. And we want to just wish him all the best. Right name is Salernitana. Yes, it's in the Serie A, but it's one of the teams that struggling in the league. And Trevante Stewart is going to is leaving from Mount Pleasant to take part and to join that club, and wish him all the best. And I want to say hi to the Mount Pleasant family. Looking forward to the next season. The CONCACAF Caribbean Cup is coming up, but they are not in it. It's Harbourview, Dumble Holding, and Portmore, and they'll be waiting their turn when they will be. But I know that Mount Pleasant Academy will be turning out a lot of ballers coming from the academy and coming out of the club. And we just want to wish Trevante Stewart all the best. Yes, and looking for more persons to make that breakthrough from the club to go and be a part of the European season, because I think that is the sole purpose, one of the main purpose of Mount Pleasant Football Club, is to have their players exposed in clubs in Europe and in the parts of the world. So again, we want to say congratulations to Trevante Stewart, and I'm very proud that these things are really happening. History is made. And they are saying, official club statement, it said, today we officially announce the historic transfer of Trevante Stewart from the Jamaica Premier League club to the top flight of Italian football Serie A. When Mount Pleasant was formed in 2016, these were the moments owner Peter Good and family dreamt about, and today it's a reality. I'm happy for it, yes. An historic first step, not only for a club, but for Jamaican football. Yes, I'm really happy for that, and I'm looking forward to, see how Mount Pleasant go forward from here. And I'm happy to really announce that, because it is my team in Jamaica. But overseas, it's Manchester United. I'm not gonna shy away despite what is happening now. Manchester United will be looking to win number 2 in the Premier League. They're gonna be playing. They're going to be playing Tottenham Hotspur, and we want to see what formation, what is going to really happen in the Premier League. Start coming on tomorrow through to Sunday again for the weekend. we're gonna take special note of all the matches them that are taking place starting tomorrow. Let me give you those of the match in the Premier League that are gonna come up to tomorrow. Okay. That's 9 a.m. Liverpool is at home to AFC Bournemouth. 11:30 is going to be the last match of the day at English Premier League when Tottenham Hotspur will be at home to Manchester United. At 9 o'clock again, it's Fulham at home versus Brentford. And I can see right here the Luton Town Burnley match. It has been postponed. Yes, that will not be playing tomorrow morning. That is on Saturday. And Wolverhampton will be at home to Brighton and Hove Albion. And at 2, Manchester City. This is the interesting match of the round. Manchester City versus Newcastle United. We want to see what Manchester City would be without Mahrez and De Bruyne. And I know that Newcastle is a formidable. They are looking like contenders now, but we don't want to put that on them. We want to see how Newcastle progress, because at the latter stages of last season, they were, consistent to stay in the top 4 and qualify for the Champions League. We want to see how tough Newcastle is going to be at this time, and tomorrow would be a good test for them to see if they can stand up to the rigors of the Premier League and be a title contender. The other match on Sunday now in the Premier League is going to be West Ham at home to Chelsea, who is really focusing on getting a better run in the Premier League this season. They don't have no European commitment, and they have a rounded squad now, and you can see that they are putting in the pieces, even though the pieces that they bought for the team is mainly just for one style of play. But I know that Chelsea is going to be there and there, but I don't expect them to win, but I know that they are going to be competitive. The other match on Sunday, Aston Villa will be at home to the tough Everton, who most of the time avoid relegation. Let's see how that works out, because Aston Villa is a slow starter. They had lost that opening match. Let's see what they are going to do at home against this Everton team. Yes. And, the other thing that's coming up on Sunday is the Women's World Cup final between Spain and England, right? So this is very interesting because Spain now is a crafty team. Spain really and truly they put their positions together, play a particular shape like a diamond or a tiki-taka. Spain are ball handlers, right? But how England go about doing this now, they study their opponent and they approach the match strategically, and that's what England has been doing and doing it right leading up to the final. They may not play with flair or the best football, you understand? But when it comes down to championship and these things, this team here knows how to carve out and know what to do and to get the desired result. So again, like what I did last week, and I know that they were getting the better of Colombia, I'm going to lean again and say that this English female England woman team is going to lift this World Cup. And it's going to be a shadow on the men them now, because from 1966 they haven't won the World Cup. And the women, this English team, is going to really prove all doubters who said Spain. But I am really siding again with this England team and know that they are going to be more strategic and get the better. Whether by penalty, I don't know, whatever, by full time, extra time, whatever the outcome, I know England will be lifting. I'm sticking my neck out and say that England will lift this 2023 Women's World Cup. Yes, that's my prediction. Okay, so that's all for some of the football. You have the full thing. You have the La Liga, You have the Syria, a lot of other matches that I can go through and tell you, but I wouldn't have enough time now to tell you the other fixtures in Spain and in Germany and you name it. So we just only wanted us to know how things are going to be in these matches on the weekend in the different leagues around the world, and just stay tuned and be safe, and yes, and pick a winner. And also what we are going to tune in, because a lots of sport, the preliminaries of the World Championship before the main events them start to unfold next week. My prediction for the Jamaica team now, let me say this. For the 100 meter, I'm sticking with Shelly and Fraser Price to defend her 100 meter title. For the 100, I would say, boy, for the 100 meters for men, Fred Curley, he's not really that super, but the African Omenyala, everyone is talking about him. And our Jamaican now, I don't see them, in the top 3, but it is possible. I don't know what the shape, Blake is in. Okay, and Oblique Civil and the other runners, but I know that they are going to give it their best, our Jamaican sprinters. But it's an open event, that 100 meters for men. But Curly and Omenyala from Africa, as well as, Tibogo, I would say, is a 200, but he's going to make his presence felt also. And we're going to watch it there. For the 110 meter hurdles, it's our Grant Holloway, and it's going to be our Grant Holloway. Yes, it's going to be the standard bearer for Jamaica, but we're not going to write off Hansley Parchment. He's going to be there. He's going to make sure do his part, and he's a championship man. We don't know what had happened in the last World Championship when he was warming up. And then he decided to back up because of a slight injury. I hope he can get over that to really, be competitive in this one, because you have Holloway and the Americans them are going to prove very hot. But I know that Hansley Parchment can prove equal and come through to win this. Broadbell, our Jamaican, Broadbell, I should say. Broadbell is going to be a handful. I know he's going to come and might be lower his personal best, and will have a say in the top 3 in this 110 meter hurdles. The other part of it now, we get to understand that Toby Amilson from Nigeria is being cleared. She's a world record holder and the defending champions in the 100 meter hurdles. She will be defending her title. We don't know what was the decision by the Athletic Integrity Unit, so we just hope that things turn out the way. I'm happy that she's there to defend her. To defend her title. Yes. Okay. At this time, we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back for the next few minutes. And we're going to just take you out with that music, and then we'll be back after this play from Natty King on tour in Germany.
It's not the Rasta man, so it must be Babylon. Who quote the gift? Who quote the gift? It's not the Rasta man, so it must be Babylon. Somebody play the wrong domino and cause the world to follow. Someone is filling their socks in a compulsory black. Oh, who quote the gift? Who quote the gift? It's not the Rasta man, so it must be Babylon. Who quote the gift? Who quote the gift? Why you play the bad card? Now we catch you off guard.
Okay, we're gonna play something from that tour, Natty King.
So it must be Bobby Brown. Who caught the kid? Are you caught the kid? It's not the Rasta man. So it must be Bobby Brown. Rasta man wanna shuffle.
Okay. I just want to tell all our listeners and everyone that call in and, to thank them. We have come to the end of the program in World of Sports and Entertainment. We had wanted to share with you a tour of Natty King, but due to some technical difficulties of trying to acquire the connection, it wasn't really going through. So we're gonna feature that another time on this show. So we just want to say thanks again for this Friday evening, and you can just join on the events that's happening on the weekend, and the football, the track and field, and everyone have their prediction of what is going to unfold. We will be there to see it, and we'll be coming back and right here on World of Sports and Entertainment about what took place and the predictions that were made. So these are what are going to happen, and I want to say thanks on behalf of friends and everyone. This is Rebel Radio Jamaica 1 and World of Sports and Entertainment. We'll be back again next week Friday. I am your host, Kingsley J.J. McCullough. We're going to take you out on our theme song by Eric Donaldson. Land of My Birth.
This is the land of my birth. I said this is the land of my birth. I said this is Jamaica, my Jamaica, the land of my birth. I will never leave her shores. I will never run away. I will always believe in the black, the green, the gold, I say. Our nation great of all the trials. We must face the test of time. 'Cause our people, they are strong and we are going to get along. Though some people say we are poor, but the progress you make, my friend, is not always a rich you are. I said this is the land of my birth. I said this is the land of my birth. I said this is Jamaica, my Jamaica, the land of my birth.
Get your home ready for summer!
Tools coming in hot pot.
With a whole heap on your arrivals and specials!
Everything for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
In fact, for every space!
Porcelain tiles, ceramic tiles.
Windows, doors, and much more!
We have it all. Savings, savings, savings.
Come shop now! Big time sale at Tools Hardware!
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Get your home ready for summer!
Tools coming in hot pot.
With a whole heap on your arrivals and specials!
Everything for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
In fact, for every space!
Porcelain tiles, ceramic tiles.
Windows, doors, and much more!
We have it all. Savings, savings, savings.
Come shop now! Big time sale at Tools Hardware.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Ever wanted to share what you know about a crime, but were too afraid? At Crime Stop, we make it easy for you to report on crimes safely and 100% anonymously. All it takes is 4 simple steps. First, contact the tip line at 311 or visit www.crimestop.org or www.311tips.com. Then share what you know anonymously with one of our trained counselors. Any information related to criminal activity is accepted. We don't want to know your identity. We don't record calls or use star 69. And there is no way of tracing tips over the phone or online. You'll also be given a file number for your tip. Next, track the progress of your tip by calling our tip line at 311 and quoting your file number. Finally, if your tip leads to success, you will be eligible for a cash reward. Rewards will be paid out upon request through a trusted disbursement agency with verification process to ensure that your identity remains hidden. Share what you know anonymously.
Do it for your best life. Wait. Go check your HIV status. Wait. So keep your life trending, no pretending. Me I tell yourself it do it for you, do it for you. Every time you are link with a condom, coulda Ozzy, coulda wife, coulda be a random. Condom connect and protect your profile. Be your own fan. Do it for your best life. Do it for your best life. Do it. Don't put yourself at risk. Condom connect every time. Do it for your best life.
It's a girl Shensia with a message to you from myself and the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Shen Yangs, everyone say wear a mask where the numbers drop. I don't want COVID lay you down flat. Nose and mouth you fi cover up that. Oh oh, oh oh, sanitizer gets hospitalized. Fight the virus and fight for your life, yeah. Nobody talk about say you no response no more. Don't be reckless, cause your test say you not have it, you can still get the virus from somebody. Don't be reckless, cause your test say you not have it, you can still get the virus. So keep the numbers down, protect yourself and the people around. COVID in town, 6 feet apart and 6 feet in the ground. Yeah. Keep the numbers down, protect yourself and the people around. COVID in town, 6 feet apart and 6 feet in the ground. Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive.
Yes. This is Rebel Radio. Yes. You just heard world and music, world of sports and entertainment. But now we are going over to the United States. And we have as our guest ex-CIA officer, Mr. Michael Murridge. Mike, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you, Desmond?
Well, I am supposed to be fine too.
Yeah, I know you are.
Yes. How is the weather in the States?
Well, we're hot, we're humid, but we're getting some rain.
Yes.
We're not sweating out that hurricane that's going to California. Really, it's going to hit Mexico.
Yes. Well, as we speak, we are getting some rain too.
Oh, yeah? You're getting rain there?
Yes.
Well, good.
Yes.
Good. It'll cool you down, Desmond.
Yes, certainly, because the place is very, very hot. The place is very probably is as hot as Ukraine.
I was wondering if you were just talking about the weather.
Yes. So What is on your radar this week?
Well, one of the items are the Ukraine. It's a very popular subject now, and as you know, the United States is well involved. This is, if you want my opinion, it's more of a war between the United States and Russia than Russia and the Ukraine, because everything that is being used in that war by the Ukrainians is coming from us. The money, the weaponry, the technology, the support, and we're just keeping it going here. You know, we've got people. You ever hear of a fellow by the name of Bill Kristol?
Yes, I heard that name.
Yeah, Bill Kristol is what we call a neocon, a neoconservative. He's a group of folks that are actually, when it comes to domestic policy, they're liberals.
Yes.
But they acquired the name of neocons or neoconservatives because they became drastically radical conservatives when it came to war, but wars that they had an interest in. And they were much behind, these neocons were much behind the invasions that we have had in the Middle East for the last 2 decades. And they are extremely behind and supporting, and probably they are the focal point for our foreign policy toward the Ukraine with the weapons and money, technology, and anything else. And they're homegrown. Their loyalties are elsewhere, but they're homegrown. And they want to keep us in wars that they feel are in the interest of their interest in others that they have loyalties to. And this is why we are where we are with our foreign policy in the United States. Much of it is due to the Bill Kristol type neocons. They have a group that Bill has a group that's called Defending Democracy Together. We in the United States, we have groups that have very nice names. Defending Democracy Together. We have other names like humanitarianism, peace, liberty. And they all managed to take these names that are really gonna give us the freedom and the pleasures of life, when in fact they lead us down the garden path.
Yes.
But this group has acquired a lot of money. It's actually gotten money from the Republicans, and they have been trying to keep a lot of the Republicans as hawks.
Yes.
In other words, they want to fight wars, and they've been successful.
Yeah.
And they have a slogan. The slogan is, supporting Ukraine is in the best interest of the United States and the best traditions of the Republican Party.
Okay.
Now is no time to give up the fight. And there are people that believe this.
Mm-hmm.
Just like there were people that believed when we invaded when we invaded Vietnam, bombed the North and occupied the South.
Yes.
And as you know, I was one of those there as a CIA officer, my first tour. And I think you know that one of the programs I had the first year was a counterterror team of 40 men, 20 Vietnamese and 20 Montagnards. Every other man had a grenade launcher, an M79 grenade launcher.
Yes.
And we'd send them out and then let them tear up the countryside. That was one of my programs. Mm-hmm. Until the second year, they moved me into Saigon, and I was working against North Vietnam, against the northern target.
Yeah. But Mike, the Democrats are in power, right? But
yes,
somehow I get the impression that as far as foreign policy decisions, that the Democrats are not making. They are not the ones who are making those decisions.
Well, let me put it this way. Whether it is a Democrat president or a Republican president, it matters not. The neocons and others like them, the Bill Crystals and others like them, no matter who is in power, they control the foreign policy of this country. That's why you don't see it change, no matter who the president, whether you have a Republican president or you have a Democrat president. The foreign policy does not change. It is controlled by these people, and much of the domestic policy is also controlled. There are certain things that are not. You get a Democrat in office, you get a more liberal legal system. You get a Republican in office, you get a more conservative legal system. But a lot of even the domestic policies don't change. But as far as foreign policy, you can count on these people controlling it. They control it completely. Bush Jr. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, and so therefore that is why when you look globally, you will find that the U.S. is always involved in some form of hostilities around the world.
It is true. It's very true. But there are priorities. Right now, the priority is still in the Middle East, but it's really not the Ukraine. The priority is Russia. It's getting Putin out. These neocons, these fellows with loyalties elsewhere want Putin out. They want to get Russia under control, just the way they have countries like the United States, England, France, Germany under control. And once they do that in the Far East, then they have an element of world hegemony. And that's why these wars are going to continue as long as we continue with the characteristics of voting that we have. It doesn't matter who you vote for. The foreign policy doesn't change. Yes. And the only thing now that we're facing is a strong China. Yes. With Russia by its side, and then China is just growing hand and foot quicker than we are. Their infrastructure is better. They have better production of arms and military. Their economy is stronger. Their foreign policy is much better thought out than ours, and we're starting to see that we're starting to slip. Yeah. And we're slipping inside in our foreign policies, and people are starting to look at us differently than they did after post-World War II and after Perestroika.
Yes. And what do you make of BRICS? Do you see BRICS will emerge as a threat to the U.S. dollar?
Well, yeah, BRICS is becoming stronger. There's no doubt about it. Those countries are getting stronger, especially because of Russia and China, especially China, Brazil, and I can tell you that the world currency is going to start changing. Russia and China today are exchanging in their own currencies for what they buy and sell. I mean, this is going on daily now, and what they're trying to do is making an international currency to supplant the dollar, the petrodollar, and the dollar that's used for so many international trades. And it's coming. It's coming. But the idea now is the dollar is not king. And, no. the dollar will be challenged. Yes. It was never the case before. Mm-hmm. You know, there was a fellow, you've heard of his name. It's Daniel Ellsberg. Daniel Ellsberg was a gentleman that worked for the Pentagon, and he disclosed what they called the Pentagon Papers during the Pentagon War of all the lies that were coming from from President Johnson and General Westmoreland. I was there in Vietnam when Westmoreland was the president. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. When Westmoreland.
Okay, good. I was.
Westmoreland
There was
was
a call coming in. I thought it was getting in the way.
No.
But Westmoreland kept saying that all we need are more troops, because that's what we need to win the war, and we're winning the war, and it was a lie. And actually, the Pentagon Papers that were released by this gentleman, Daniel Ellsberg, were instrumental in keeping us from invading North Vietnam, and because had we invaded North Vietnam, China would have come across, and we could not have had a ground war in the North against the Chinese. There were just too many of them at that time, even though they were not as strong as they are today. But that leak that he had, it enabled China to be seen differently, and the people back in Washington started to say, wait a minute, we're not as powerful over there. We're not winning this war as the general has been saying. So this really was a movement to help us eventually get out of Vietnam. And Daniel Ellsberg should be thanked gratefully for that.
Right.
We didn't have that in World War II. Yes, Desmond.
Yes. No. So, let us. What is happening now? What from where you are? What is happening with Trump? I see their charges are piling up.
Well, the charges are piling up because you have a Democratic administration, and a lot of the district attorneys, the legal system, is controlled by Democrat. This is the reason. Had it not been the case, it wouldn't be where it is today. That's why the election that's coming is so crucial for each party. If the Republicans win, and you have a Republican administration, and you're going to get rid of a lot of these district attorneys, they'll be replaced with Republicans, and vice versa. If the Democrats win, then I think Trump will be in trouble. I don't think anything will happen before the election of any significance. The legal system here works very, very slowly. This is another thing that maybe one day we'll talk about, because the legal system now in this country, there isn't anything you cannot do without getting a lawyer now. I mean, it's not allowing society to function. You need a lawyer for everything. The book I wrote, Thankful Pauses, Chapter 1, the first chapter, was Society and the Law. And the society has taken a back seat to the law. The law has taken over completely. It does not allow people to solve their own problems, for communities to come together.
Right.
Go get a lawyer. That's it. I'm going to sue you. And it's being done at the government circles at every level. It's being done at the corporate circles at every level, and at the private circles at every level.
Yes.
It is consuming us.
Mm-hmm. But Trump is still the number one candidate for the Republicans at this stage.
Yes, he is. And he has a lot of support from the Republicans. The media is against him, and secondarily they're against our governor here in Florida, DeSantis.
Yes.
DeSantis has lost some ground recently.
Uh-huh.
And but Trump is still the front runner, and so we'll have to see what happens. The indictments are not hurting him. They're not hurting him at all.
Okay. not in other words, those indictments not his popularity. It has they have no impact on his popularity among the Republicans.
Yeah, the popularity is still strong among Republicans, and there are Republicans are seeing that the legal system is one-sided in this case. That there are Democrats. You know, this business of when he took these classified documents home, it's done regularly. It's done regularly. They found classified documents in Biden's garage. And Biden said, "Oh, my garage is closed. It's locked up." Well, you know, and nobody's touching it. And then now we're not even talking about Biden and his son Hunter and all the money. And where did the money? We have to follow the money. Follow the money. You know, you don't have to question somebody and say, "Well, did you do this?" Or just follow the money, and the money will tell you what he did and what he didn't do.
Okay, yes. So it would appear then, Mike, that it is possible that the former President Trump will be the Republican candidate for the next elections.
I would say at this point, yes. Anything can happen. You know, you can fall tomorrow and break your neck, but I would say yes at this point.
Yes.
But that isn't a guarantee at all. Whether I say it or anybody else feels that way, it's no guarantee.
And the incumbent president is going back.
I think he's going back. They don't have anybody else they feel is strong enough, so he's going to go back. And actually, he got the presidency not because he earned it. He got the presidency because he would do whatever the people like the neocons and their groups wanted him to do. Yeah. And that has a lot to do with our elections in this country.
Right. And I saw a report where the judge who is has Jamaican connection was threatened by a woman in Texas. The judge who is yes, I saw that.
Well, that person's in trouble now. That person's in trouble.
Yes.
There's no doubt about it. You just don't do those things. It's stupid to do those things.
Yes.
And yeah, that person's in trouble now. They're being arrested. Yeah, absolutely.
But the situation, as it stands now, Mike, you know something else that I don't know if you have been following up, but you have been following it up. I'm talking about domestic violence in the United States, and specifically the number of multiple shootings that has happened in the States since the start of this year.
Well, go ahead.
Yes. No, I said that you don't get these reports from the major news network, but America, based on these shootings, is quite unsafe.
We are killing people right and left. We are a violent nation. We were raised to think we're not a violent nation. We are a violent nation. Yes. Not only are we a violent nation in war, we're a violent nation at home in peace.
Yes.
Crime is a tremendous problem right now. Just not only murders, but robberies, theft, rapes. It's unbelievable. And there's one item that people don't talk about: suicides.
Yes.
Let me give you something on suicides I just saw.
Yes.
In 2022, there was a record high number of suicides among Americans. I would like you, Desmond, to guess the number of suicides in 1 year, 2022.
6,000.
50,000.
Wow. Okay. That's
The year before, it was just slightly less.
yes.
The increase is every year since 2011. There's been a 60% increase among youth and young adults in suicides. Although recently they went down a little.
Yes.
But the crime is a problem. Suicide's a problem. Suicides in the military is a problem. We lose more people in the military to suicides every year than we do to war.
Wow. Well,
Yeah, we do.
Yes, that's terrible, Mike. Mike, I tell you what, let us say we have to continue next week at the same time.
Okay.
All right.
Same time next week?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you, Desmond.
I remind you.
All right, please do. Just
Okay.
in case.
Yes. That was our friend, Rebel Radio's friend, Michael Murridge, ex-CIA officer. And we were talking about what is happening in the United States. Yes, sir. You heard him. You heard what he said about the violence. Yes. Very violent place. Coming up next is the big racing business, the big people business. Let us take a break and be back with the big people business for you, racing business. Let's welcome back to Rebel Radio. And it's time for the big people's business, racing business, with Dr. Paul Wright and trainer Will Sutar. Gentlemen, over to you. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Both of us are here and raring to go.
Okay.
I want to welcome everybody to Rebel Radio. We have racing business, big people business, weekend of racing coming up. We have 19 races over the 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. The first race on Saturday is at 11:45 a.m. 10 races on Saturday, with the big race, the race number 9, the Arthur Jones Memorial Cup, as overnight allowance horses going 6 furlongs or 1,200 meters. 9 horses will be going to the post in that one, and it will be a bit more competitive than it looks on paper. I will look forward to giving you some important hints that will help you to have some money for the whole weekend and for at least the rest of the week. Big people business, racing business. I'm here with Will Suter, and we're going to talk about race number 1 at 11:45 a.m. over 7 furlongs of 1,400 meters. At claiming Group 200 to 250,000, 9 declared. The Reggae 6 starts here, and we have over a minimum of $2 million payable if you get all 9 winners. Double exacta, clear, trifecta, superfecta, high five, and the lucrative rolling triple. Here are my top 4 bets in race number 1. Number 2, Ali. And that is Long Use and Young Dawes coming up for this one. Young Dawes is doing very well. This is his 5th time he has started a horse this year. He's already been in the 2nd place, and this one has a good chance. Number 4, and that is Wild of the Roses. Could be the favorite. Kane Richardson and Winchester McIntosh teaming up for this one. Number 6, Thunderstrike with Janine Patterson and Ryan Williams. And on number 9, My Mount Just, Samantha Fletcher, teaming up here with Young Shim for this one. So it's 2, 4, 6, and 9. I'm going with Lewis. He's on form. He has selected this one, and I think he has made the right selection. Ali to come home ahead of number 4, and that is War of the Roses. And number 9, My Mum Just. Well, Suter, what say you? I think number 6, Thunderstrike. It's a pot above these. They have no reason to be in 250. Thunderstrike couldn't be that miracle on a roll. Bumper for me, Thunderstrike. Thunderstrike over Ali and My Mum Just. 2, 6, 2, and 9 with a leader and winner, number 6, Thunderstrike for Well Suitor. The second race in the program at 12:35 p.m. is over 1 mile or 800 or 1,600 meters. This is for native at 4 years and up, 9 winners of 3. Only 7 went to the post. The catch 9 starts here. And remember, here are the hints to catch at catch 9. My selection, Well Suitor selection, and your selection. And you have a very good chance of going away with $1.2 million in the catch 9 starting here. Only 7 declared in race number 2, the 1 mile. Double exacta trifecta, my top 3 in the second race. Number 1, Land of Ekati. This will be the favorite, as Lewis looks to be a double, this time for Jason Acosta. Number 3, and that is Delay the Game with Young Bennett and Ryan Darby. This is an awesome combination. And number 6, A.K.A. Storm, Dave Dawkins and Young Todd teaming up for this one. 1, 3, and 6. I'm going to select Walker and Stanbury. This is a good thing, and Dream of Paris has a looking, but I'm going with number 1, the favorite to get home in race number 2. Well Suitor. Yes, number 1 with it. I think I ought to run second. Number 2, traditional race. 1 from 2 from 3. 1 from 2 from 3. That is Well Suitor. In the third race, and that is coming up, a purse of 750,000 over 5.5 furlong or 1,100 meters. Restricted allowance 5 for native bet 4-year-olds. They must be non-winners of 2. 8 horses will go to the post in the third race, and we have the pick 4 starting here. The placement 8 starting here. Let me tell you about the placement 8. You have to have your horse must be the first or second in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. And of course, the pick 4 races 3 to 6. We have 8 horses declared here. No high five, but we have double exacta, quadruple, superfecta, trifecta, and the lucrative rolling triple. Here are my top ones in race number 3. And I'm going there with number 2, Cottonwood Cassie. Number 3, Traveler's Lodge, Abel and Chris Pearson. Teaming up for this one, that's interesting. Number 8, that is Tiffany, Princess Tiffany, and number 7, Rhythm, Young Ennis and Wacky Lynch. Now, folks, I'm telling you about Wacky Lynch. Wacky Lynch has been winning races. You saw him at the big race. You saw him at small races, and usually at a very good price. So you look out for Wacky Lynch, Young in this one. So 2, 3, 7, and 8. Rhythm, number 7, just to get the better of Traveler's Lodge with Young Abel and Chris Pearson fighting out in it, and Lynch, the stronger jockey, is getting it. I'm going to number 7 to get the better of number 3 in race number 3. Well, I'm going to go to number 3, turn it around to get the better of number 7 and number 8 third. 3, 7, and 8 for well shooter. In the third race, Traveller's Lodge, young able to sit over 5.5 furlongs and guide this one home. The fourth race is a maiden condition race for native bred trios. They go 9 furlongs and 25 yards or 1,820 meters. Only 7 horses will go to the post. Double exacta and trifecta. My top 3 in race number 4. Number 1, Slam Dunk. Now, this is a difficult selection. I tried and rock the brain. This horse has never gone farther than 6 furlongs, and now 9 and 25. But folks, I have a long memory. In the beginning, when these races first started, the horse that went to the front usually won, and therefore Slam Dunk must be a good one in this one. In the fourth race, we're going to look now for number 4. Here comes Penn, and number 7. Here comes Doc. The 2 here comes in this one. Here comes Kevin, Phil Parchment, and young Morris teaming up for this one. And A. Allen, the jockey apprentice, 3 kilo claim for Gary Griffiths. 1, 3, and 7, but I'm going with Slam Dunk. I expect this one to go to the front, and as in the olden days, not be caught when it comes back into the straight. Slam Dunk for me in race number 4. Well,
yeah, I'm going to share your view. Slam Dunk should win this one. But there's number 5, Mr. Senator. This horse is running into form. Go to Overload is looking better in the morning now. So Slam Dunk from Overload and number 5, the Senator third.
And that Overload horse, I noticed this horse is a very, very peculiar horse. Seems to get a distance of ground and then try sprinting. So let's hope that the young trainer is knowing exactly what is happening to this one.
Maybe I've learned from his mistakes. I will correct it tomorrow. But look for him fast improvement tomorrow. That is looking much better than before.
I agree with you on that one. Race number 5, 7 furlongs or 1,400 meters. Restricted allowance 5 for native bred 5-year-olds and up. There must be non-winners of 3. 9 horses will go to the post, and we have a nice bet for you. The Twilight 6, where you find the winners of rate 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Double exacta, quinella, trifecta, superfecta, high 5, and rolling triple. In the 5th race, here are my top 4 runners. Number 1, the favorite, Sing of the Lion. Number 3, Pro Johnny. Lester Pickett, home running scheme up with Gary Crawford. Haven't seen Gary Crawford recently in the winner's enclosure. Once upon a time, he was a regular. Number 5, Maya, with young Roman and young Cunningham teaming up for this one. And on the wide outside, number 8, Genealogy. Young Townsend and Keflin Murray teaming up for this one. Keflin Murray, who learned at the hand, at the feet, and at the side of Philip Tiani. So let's get to now 1, 3, 5, and 8. The favorite is Simba the Lion. Ron Lewis and Wacky Lynch teaming up for this one. And this one has all the credentials, but I just looking at Pro Johnny, thinking that this one needs Lester Pickett. And Gary Crawford should be back in the winner's enclosure in the 6th race, 5th race, and winner number 3, Pro Johnny. To get the better of number 5, Maya, the favorite Simba the Lion, and number 8, Genealogy. Well, Suter, race number 5.
I'm going to stick with the favorite here. Simba the Lion should get the better of Pro Johnny and Magic Bullet for third.
That is Simba the Lion to get the better of number 3, Pro Johnny,
7 third.
And number 7, Magic Bullet. Good look in there for that one. Race number 6 is over 7 furlongs or 1,400 meters. Restricted maiden, a condition race for native bred 3-year-olds, Division 1 off 2, and in the first division, 11 horses will go to the post, and we have the second pick 5 starting here, where if you've been losing on some of your exotic bets, you can get back some of your money by having all 5 winners in races 6 to 10. All the betting opportunities are available in this one. And then 6th race, here are my top 4. Because these races, 6 race horses, comes out with some very interesting results. Here are my top 4 in race number 6. Number 1, Golden Loyalty. Young Swaby, he trains his one, Janelle Patterson, will be in the saddle. Number 6, the Bees Knees, Townsend and Azad, teaming up for this one. Bees Knees has been a bit disappointing. We see what happens tomorrow. Number 7, Sweet Victory, Phil Parchment and Howard Jagai. And number 8, To Kill a Mockingbird, the Peter Harvey from Arlen Anderson. No Abigail Abel? Is that a hint that we are getting? More Aviator and Coalition will take a lot of money, but these are the races where the outers come in, and I'm going with Golden Royalty to get the better of 8, 7, and 6, but this is my little outsider. In the 6th race, number 1, Golden Loyalty. Well, Suter, what say you?
I'm going to go with number 5, Atomic Energy. Because I've been rapid at the door running from these my races, which is, it should be doing much better. I think tomorrow we'll rise to the occasion of his best foot forward. 5 to get the better of 9, and number 1 for turn.
5, 9, 1 for Will Suter, and number 9 being More Aviator, Young Lewis for Jason Acosta, and number 1 Patterson and Swaby. But he has gone with number 5, Atomic Energy, Dane Dawkins, teaming up with his mentor, Gary Sabrati. Moving right now to race number 7, 7.5 furlongs or 1,500 meters, a restricted stakes for them 43-year-olds. That's the non-winners of 3. Only 6 will go to the post in this one. Double Exacta and Trifecta. And in race number 7, here are my top 3 horses in the 7th. Number 2, the Citadel. Young Passad. This is Peter John, not Daddy. He trains this one. Jerome Innes is in the saddle. And for the Citadel. Number 3, Roulette Boss with Francis and Cunningham teaming up for this one. And number 4, and that is the Huntsman, Walker and Father. Look for a father and son exactly in this one, because Huntsman is one of the things you call certainty. This one, so just mark the Huntsman and look for others or who to come second, and keep the son in mind when the daddy goes in front. So the Huntsman to get the better of the Citadel in race number 7. Well, Suter, what say you? The Huntsman was thought as a classic horse. Didn't do well in the classic, but tomorrow is not sit up for him. It's not gift, a penalty without a goal in the goal. So Huntsman should win. I don't know what the second. Yeah, and I think that is the best way you can put it. This one seems to be a racing certainty. And one of the things when you're doing these exotic bets and the pick 9 and the pick this and the pick that, if you can get a certainty, that is a certainty. And that is what you're going to be needed as we move right along now to race number 8. And this race is over 5 furlongs round, and is a restricted allowance 2 for native 3-year-olds. They must be non-winners of 2. And if we just look at the field that is going here, in the 8th race, 9 horses will go to the post, and we have the last triple of the day with a minimum payout of over $400,000. All the betting opportunities available in race number 8. Here are my top 4. Number 2, Paul Francis and Real Madrid. Very interesting combination, this. Lady Abdullah. In the 8th race, number 2. Number 4, Natural Dancer. Lester Pinkerton, Bob Pearson. Robert Pearson teaming up for this one. Number 8, and that is Running Glory, Lewis and Jason Acosta. And of course, Napier and Lynch at a good price. And that is Joy is Golden. 2, 4, 8, and 9. Who do I appreciate? Paul Francis. Get them home at price. Usually, he's riding much better than I've ever seen him ride at Kimona Spa. And Country Francis has been riding for quite a while now. And this, I think, is going to be his best year. In the 8th, I'm going to number 2, Lady Amimala. Well, Shooter, in the 8th, what say you?
I share your view. This is a horse that was thought to be a classic horse, too. This horse should run this event easily. Get the better of number 8, Running Glory. And if John's Golden come to run, she'll be in the mountain.
That is 2, 9, and 8. 2, 8, and 9 for Well Shooter. Race number 9 is the feature, the Arthur Jones Memorial Cup. All remembering Daddy Jones, champion jockey, and one of the characters at the track. And I can tell you, everybody in those days look forward to when Daddy Jones gets in the saddle. Overnight allowance horses, they go 6 furlongs or 1,300 meters. 9 horses will go to the post, and all the betting opportunities are available. Here are my top 4 in race number 9. Number 1, Rajon the Pilot. Passad and Walker teaming up for this one. Passad is going overweight, so there's a reason why he's riding this one. Number 3, I've got Magic, Parchment, and Fiani teaming up for this one. Fiani has gone for a stronger jockey in this one. Number 5, Is That a Fact, the favorite, Lewis and DeCosta. And number 7, Inspire Force, Richardson and Fiani. And we all know the forces always come out and do some things at some very odd times. So Fiani has 2 in this one, and they should be running as 3. Yes, Taurus Boy, I've Got Magic, and Inspire Force can dictate what is happening. I'm going with I've Got Magic, Phil Parchment and Philip Fiani in race number 9, the Arthur Jones Memorial Cup. Welch, what say you?
Yes, I'm going to go number 3. I've got Magic. Get a bit of race car number 6. And number 5 is a back for 10.
Number 3 to be 6 and 5. 365. 365, the favorite, It's a Fact. The Dig Out Handicap, the last of 10. A maiden condition race, restricted maidens, Division 2. We had Division 1 before. Only 10 going to the post in this one. And my top 4 in the 10th and final, the Dig Out Handicap. Number 6, Fearless Raider, Lewis and Greg Fennell. Greg Fennell was the assistant to Jason Acosta, has been doing well with his very small string, but he still assists in saddling a horse's for Jason Acosta. Number 6, clowning around, Roman and Todd. Number 8, and that is Charming Sound, Bennett and Tenson Chung. Haven't seen Tenson Chung back at the track, but he has been starting horses. And number 10, Always Right, Janine Patterson and Mikey Marlowe teaming up for this one. 6, 7, 8, and 10, and my cook food special for tomorrow. In the 10th and final, the Dig Out Handicap, main condition race over 7 furlongs. Number 6, Fearless Raider. What say you, Well Suitor?
This race is a race and it's full of some good horses. The race might look like it's a one-side affair. But my prediction over there is number 1, Moneybox. Moneybox has been running fairly well. But if you look at the workout sheet, he has done 6 furlong in 118, 6 furlong in 130. Some rich pace work, which is pace win racing. And Moneybox will deliver tomorrow. Moneybox for me, number 1. They get it of number 6 and number 10 turn.
1, 6, 10 for Will Suitor. Well, those are the selections. Let's go over them for those of you who tuned in late. In the first race, I'm going to number 2, Ali. Will Suitor selects number 6, Thunder Strike. In the second race, we both go with number 1, the favorite, Lion of Akati. In the third race, I go with number 7, and that is Ridden. Will Suitor goes with number 3, Traveling Lodge with Abigail Abel. In the fourth race, we all select number 1, Slam Dunk, to go for 9 furlongs and 25 yards. Has been sprinting all his life, but should be able to get away from this group. In the fifth race, I'm going to number 3, Pro Johnny. Well, Suitor goes with number 1, the favorite, Simba the Lion. In the sixth race, my selection is number 1, Golden Loyalty, at a very big price. And Well, Suitor goes with number 5, Atomic Energy. In the seventh race, both of us have a banker, number 4, Huntsman. In the eighth race, we both agree on number 2, Lady Amimala. In the ninth and penultimate, we both agree on I've Got Magic, Phil Parchment and Philip Piani. Team up for this one. My cook food special is in race number 10, Fearless Raider. Well, Suitor likes number 1, Money Box, Dawkins and Sodati. So that's your program for tomorrow. That is what we give to you, and we'll be back again next Friday. Well, it's in the dock on Racing Business, Big People Business. Back now to the studio.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paul Wright and Well Suitor, for giving us the money bag. And remember, and you know, if you want to win big money at the track, then you must listen to these 2 racing specialists. Yes, that's Big People Business, the Racing Business on Rebel Radio. Yes. Well, you know, this has been a very productive day. But let us take a break. I'll be back shortly. Okay, yes. As I indicated, today has been a very productive day. Well, like all days on this program, But one of the most important news this week is the fact that the poverty has increased in Jamaica by 5.7%, while the unemployment rate has been, according to Statin, at the lowest mark in Jamaica's history, 4.5%. But that is a dim picture, yes, because yes, people are finding work, right? The only thing I must say, I wonder if this number, this 4.5%, covered the 700,000 who were not working but were not seeking job the last time Statin report on the unemployment rate. I'm wondering what happened to those persons. But here it is, we are now in a position where jobs are there, according to the numbers, but the people are getting poorer. So what that means? Is it the situation where what they are earning can't afford them to live? In other words, are they earning a livable wage? The cost of living, as we know, is very, very high. Very, very high, right? Because when you look at the price of goods and services now and compare it with last year, in some cases they are doubled. So it is a frightening situation. And the crime problem, the drought, yes. Of course, some people are making lots of money. No, don't be fooled by that. But the fact of the matter that you have the poorer classes of people in Jamaica, they are suffering. Well, we have come to the end of today's program. I want to thank all my listeners and my viewers. And I want you to stay safe. I hope that this weekend will be a bloodless one. I hope so. That nobody will be killed, neither on the roads nor through violent means. I don't want to hear any deaths over this weekend. Stay safe and strong. I want to thank my technical operator, Kevin. So until Monday, stay tuned. And remember that you can listen to today's program on Google, Rebel Radio and Google. So stay safe. I am your host, Desmond Richards, and this is Rebel Radio.
Porcelain tiles, ceramic tiles,
windows, doors, and much more.
We have it all.
Saving. Come shop now. Big time sale at Tools Hardware.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools,
the Lion King of Hardware.
Ever wanted to share what you know about a crime but were too afraid? At Crime Stop, we make it easy for you to report on crimes safely and 100% anonymously. All it takes is 4 simple steps. First, contact the tip line at 311 or visit www.crimestop.org or www.311tips.com. Then share what you know anonymously with one of our trained counselors. Any information related to criminal activity is accepted. We don't want to know your identity. We don't record calls or use star 69, and there is no way of tracing tips over the phone or online. You'll also be given a file number for your tip. Next, track the progress of your tip